we went in. Despite the pandemic, we grew, building on our vision of where seniors and youth build relationships that enrich lives and enhance communities. Linking is really about stories, the stories that we hear from seniors and the stories that our students tell. This is the passing on of our local oral history and the new insights that teens can provide to seniors. We gather and record stories as we go because the interaction we facilitate is between real people with colorful lives. Even during COVID, our programs continued, and perhaps they were even more important, even though they were, for the most part, virtual. The sessions between seniors and students carried on. For some time, it was one of the few interactions that they had during a time of closed facilities, both the senior centers and the schools. We know our programs are in demand and they're growing, but we need to remember that we serve our home communities best, those being this city and this city and your neighbor to the south. Debbie Sinclair, beside me, will speak to the details of our programs and the strong partnerships we've generated, both in Fort Saskatchewan and in Strathcona County, with partners like school boards, local governments, and of course, Heartland Housing. Most recently, this relationship grew with our latest expansion into your city, with Dr. Turner Lodge and Pope John Paul II School as our partners. Our funders have been steadfast over the years. Both our public funders and our private ones see value in what we provide. It's been so gratifying to see these funders continue to realize the value in Linking Generations programming in our communities. As a board, and as the board chair, we're guided by strategy. We leave the program delivery to our skilled program coordinators and our longtime executive director. Because we rely so much on volunteers, we've been very careful about how and where we expand. On our horizon are some internal tasks for Linking Generations, like continuing to build the board's strength through succession planning and looking for diversity in skills and roles. We're also following our own strategic plan, determining our next steps in program growth and expansion within our current communities. We're regularly consulted by organizations and other municipalities and regions who see inherent benefit in what Linking Generation provides to communities and to the people who call those communities home. Madam Mayor, with that, I'd like to turn this presentation over to our Executive Director, Debbie Sinclair. Following her remarks, either of us will be happy to respond to any comments or insight that you or your colleagues might have. Ms. Sinclair.
Thank you. I want to give you a little tiny bit of history of who we are, and what we're doing out here in Fort Saskatchewan. Linking Generations started in 2004 with one program, matching students from a junior high school with a lodge in Sherwood Park, that being Clover Bar Lodge, Heartland Housing. From there, we have grown to 10 programs now, 9 within Sherwood Park, 1 here in Fort Saskatchewan. The demand for our programs is ever increasing as more and more students and seniors come forward wanting to volunteer with us. Our programs operate on a school calendar year. So each September, we'll go into our schools and we'll take applications from students who wish to be part of our program. Seniors also apply. Now, having said that, we will never turn a senior away. But we do want to have an application from both. So similar to Big Brothers, Big Sisters, we match them. Seniors who may have been in the medical field will be matched with students that may have a desire to do the same. That way we have created a commonality. To show you the interest in our students, when we first came out here to Fort Saskatchewan and approached Dr. Turner Lodge and John Paul School, we knew we had approximately 15 to 20 seniors who wished to be involved. We went into the school looking for students who would be willing to volunteer twice a month, for 10 months, what a huge commitment that is, and we had 89 students wanting to step forward. That proved to us the commitment is there from the students to want to open up. What happens when our seniors and students visit? They share stories, as Ian has said. Our students have no filters. They will ask questions of the seniors that they would never ask a family member. And our seniors are quick to tell their stories. Many of our students don't have grandparents. It could be because they are from a blended family. It could be the grandparents have moved or they have passed on. So the stories and connections are real. They really happen really easy and just with no work from our students. Some of the things that our students will talk about with our seniors are things like what were the prices back when they went to school? What was school like? What was a one-room farmhouse like? So the stories are really unique. Our volunteers, our students and volunteers, our students and seniors volunteer their time during lunch hours, for the visits, for training, for orientation. Our board of directors also volunteers its time. We are very proud to say that even with COVID in place this year and the many numerous outbreaks and shutdowns that we went through, with all of our programs, we have contributed 4,500 hours to this, and that's a lot of volunteer hours. Seeing our value, we have pivoted during a pandemic, and we have thrived and we have succeeded. With the wonderful relationship in place with Heartland Housing, it was very seamless and very easy to come out to Fort Saskatchewan, start our program at Dr. Turner Lodge, and be welcomed wholeheartedly. We were honored this year to receive the 2021 Minister Senior Service Award for recognizing the commitment that our organization makes to seniors in our communities. We've also been very fortunate to be included in conversations with the Minister of Education. We are sought out many times to learn about the benefits of intergenerational training and programming. In fact, today I attended a session for 2.5 hours teaching other people the benefits of intergenerational training. Lastly, every single year prior to COVID, we were very fortunate to hold a family meet and greet. What we do with this visit is we'll bring the families of the students and the seniors together mid-program, so that now we have 6 or 7 generations meeting. We do that so that we can instill in the students to continue to visit the seniors when our program is over. It is our hope that we can do that again this year with all the restrictions being lifted. And I know that Councillor Kelly has been fortunate enough to attend one and see and witness our program in action. That is Linking Generations. I hope you can see how unique we are. I hope you can see the value. We are excited to be back to be in Fort Saskatchewan. We have received funding for our program this year from local businesses, which include Twice But Nice, Wolf Midstream, and the Rotary Club of Fort Saskatchewan. We have applied for a grant to the City of Fort Saskatchewan, so I do hope that you will see the value in our programming. We are here to stay. We want to grow. We want to be able to offer your seniors our programs. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for everything that you do with our seniors at Turner Lodge. Okay, that was interesting. Hockey game? No. I will open it up to questions. We'll see if this is going to work now. Councillor Abatoye, just... Okay, my magic is not working up here for some reason. It's just taking me to discussion. Can you put...
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, Ian and Debbie, for your presentation. I think it's such an important program that you brought forward here. So you're matching youths and seniors. Do people have an option to swipe left if they don't want? I'm just kidding. But to my actual question though, so you had said this program has been on since 2004. When did you guys come to Fort Saskatchewan? And the reason I'm asking that question is I am aware of a similar program in Fort Saskatchewan. I think it's called the SYNC, Seniors and Youths Networking Community. And I've seen them do a few programs the last couple of years. So are you working together? Have you heard about them?
Thank you. Am I on? Yeah. I'm very familiar with the program, and I have spoken to Carol in the past. The difference between our programs is that SYNC works with elementary school children. We only work with junior high and high school. When we put our programs together, because of the type of visiting and stories, it wouldn't be appropriate for the elementary kids. Now that COVID is over, I'm very, very hopeful that we can forge a relationship together and somehow let her know about what we're doing and we be able to know what she's doing, because I do believe we can collaborate very wonderfully.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
First time. Thank you. Nice to see both of you again, Ian and Debbie, post-COVID. You're right, but I think I actually attended two sessions in Sherwood Park. Fabulous program. The kids, the mingling of the kids and the seniors is interesting to watch. They're paired with the same senior for the school term. Once again, I have to learn how to breathe, so I don't do that. But a relationship forms, and I think that's the key to this program. The kids are old enough and can converse well enough that the relationships form. I think it's a fantastic program, and thank you for coming to the fort.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, thank you. That appears to be all the questions. I'm just going to thank you as well. I remember attending the very first Linking Generation when it opened in Sherwood Park, and I came to your open house that you had, and I know that's a number of years ago, but absolutely very beneficial for the seniors and the students. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for coming tonight and talking about it.
Thank all of you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, our next presenters that we have is, I see we have our Dow Canada contingency. So if you'd like to come forward, we have 3 microphones, 4 chairs. So I would like to welcome Dawn Cameron, and you'll be able to introduce everybody that you have. And for anybody who wasn't at the State of the City, I did acknowledge that Dawn has just recently relocated here from Houston. His first trip up here is when we had our ice storm, and I'm surprised he decided to stay. But welcome, and we hope the weather's treating you a little better, and we're really looking forward to your Dow expansion update. So once again, you have 15 minutes. Can you push your button?
Okay, 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting us come to the council. I am enjoying the relocation, and as you said, I am Don Cameron, the new site leader for Alberta Ops and the manufacturing vice president for Dow Canada. So thanks for letting us give you a quick update, and we'll try to move pretty quick. You know, Fort Saskatchewan is our home and is a key partner for what we're looking forward to in the next few years. So we really wanted to make sure that we took time to bring where we are with the project and really continue to set the foundation for that as we move forward. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk a little bit about, give an update on where we are with that, talk about, let me pause and introduce my colleagues here. So Ryan Wayland is one of our key folks who's interfacing with our project for the site. We also have Michael Liu, who is our public affairs for the site and for Dow Canada, and Marcella De Jong, who's one of our regulatory leaders and working very closely with the project. And each of them will be given a short update. So what we're going to talk about today, we'll do the update. Well, we do want to talk a little bit about some of the impacts on the community. I know we've talked individually about that, but that's going to be, if this goes forward as expected, it's going to, we do anticipate some large effects on the community. Talk a little bit about the circular plastics economy, and then how we're also supporting our communities as well. Just, I think I have to always say this, right? This does contain some forward-looking statements about the future, and these always involve risks and uncertainties. So we're not guaranteeing the accuracy, forecasts, or estimates, and we do not plan to update any of the forward-looking statements if our expectations change. So they'll obviously, if you'd like more information about the risks, we can look at the SEC filings if you're interested in that. So, and we will reference some non-GAAP financial measures. So just to refresh, I know many of you have heard about the project. I think we've done some updates, but I do want to just refresh a little bit. So you're going to hear us talking about Path to Zero. That's our name of our overall program. that we're using, and this is Dow's plan to grow while decarbonizing, and that's a key thing. I think a lot of folks are talking about how they can meet and be part of the future of addressing climate change. Dow's vision and aspiration is to grow. In fact, as part of this, by 2030, we want to reduce our emissions by 30% as a company and increase our cash flow by $3 billion a year, right? So we want to do both. We want our cake and we want to eat it too, and we think it's possible with some of the technology that we're talking about here. So we're going to do this by a site-by-site approach. We're going to phase in, and we're starting hopefully with Fort Saskatchewan. We're the foundation. You're going to hear a little bit more about that. The other thing I just wanted to reference, Scope 1 and 2 carbon emissions. That may be a familiar term to many of you, but Scope 1 are our direct carbon emissions. So those are the things that are coming directly off our manufacturing plant stacks and things like this. Scope 2 is emissions that are coming from energy that we're using, right? So power that's generated. Our goal is to reduce both of those, right, as part of this. We felt that rather than talking, we wanted to give a little 3-minute sketch, and I know it does seem, this is our CEO, Jim Fitterling, and he talked to a show called Mad Money, which is a discussion on the street, and he talks for about 3 minutes. This was, and it includes some reference. We felt like this would be a good way to preset as we go into the basis. So, okay, let me. It's not in the bottom because it's in slideshow mode. Let me see if we can move this thing forward. Apologize here, and here we go. Let me move forward to 3 minutes so you guys don't get the whole thing. So again, this is Jim Fitterling, our CEO. So let me see if we can play.
Do they not know what this Dow is up to? For instance, I'm reading a speech that you gave at Sanford Bernstein today, where you're talking about building ethylene and derivatives cracker complex in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, that has 0 carbon emissions. Now, I would have told you a few years ago that's a fairy tale.
Well, it's based on hydrogen and carbon capture technology. And one of the things I'm proudest of with the team is through COVID, what we did was we developed a whole ESG strategy to be net zero by 2050. That means
you're a carbon company.
We're going to take our Scope 1 and 2 emissions from big production facilities like that to 0. And we're going to do it by doing something that's kind of unique to our industry, is take the byproduct tail gas off the cracker, convert it to hydrogen, strip the CO2 out, and fuel the cracker with hydrogen. And we will be...
It's a circular
system. And so what we'll do is we'll have a little bit higher cost, but in Canada, and the reason we decided to go to Canada first is Canada has a price on carbon. So I can recover the higher cost of stripping out the CO2 with the price on carbon. And the government is obviously offering some incentives for new technologies to decarbonize.
But didn't industrialists fight carbon pricing?
They fought carbon tax.
Right.
And there's a difference.
Okay, explain that.
A carbon tax, it becomes a cost to me that I then end up passing on to the consumer, and it is inflationary. A price on carbon creates a market mechanism that allows me to recover that cost, and that creates a return for an investor. So in my view, if you really want to decarbonize, you want the capital market to play. We want to pull, there's $1 trillion or more of available capital out there, and it wants to move into ESG funds. So if we create a policy around setting a cap on emissions and a price on carbon, then you can attract people into the market. The industry can do this. The technology is available today to be able to make the hydrogen from these byproducts.
The obvious question I have is, we have a country with a president that is very ESG concerned. Why isn't this done in the United States? Why can't you and the White House work hand in hand to get this done?
They have done some very good things. So through the infrastructure bill, they have addressed creating 8 hydrogen carbon capture hubs in the U.S.
Oh,
so my hope is, as we prove this out in Canada, that as soon as we've done it, we can come to the U.S. and do the investments here. But we do need to get carbon capture infrastructure in. So the other thing that Canada had is existing carbon capture infrastructure, which we could tap into. And that means we could move quickly to do that project. Right now, we need to build that capability in the U.S. And 8 carbon.
Okay, I think that's adequate. Let me get the see if we can get the presentation back up. So I thought it was that Jim could say that better than me, just to explain the case. And I hope you also hear that this is not, you can see that the Jim sees this as the base of, this is the first of what we basically see happening at all our cracker complexes. And that's what we're doing right here. So just from a time check, I think we had planned for a little more than 15 minutes. So if we need to cut to 15 minutes, we may need to trim back. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to talk a little bit about the latest progress with the project, just to give you guys an update. So go ahead, Ryan.
Sure. Just a little bit more details. So Fort Saskatchewan's planned to be our first kind of path to zero step for our company. It will see roughly a double to triple in size of production from the site we have, all within existing site boundaries. The primary product will remain polyethylene. Right now we're working on kind of getting the front end loading or engineering and design done and completed, agreements signed with partners. That's what we're currently working on, which will keep us on track for a regulatory and final investment decision in and around 2023. So that's what we're working on today, all subject to Dow Board of Directors approval, of which actually they're coming to visit in October. They're coming to our site first time in over 20 years. So that's quite something our employees and site is proud of. Did you mind switching to the next one? So we understand that this type of a project will have some impact to community. We're looking forward to partnering with you folks in the city on a kind of to navigate those both project and community needs. Some things that you can see before I turn it over to Marcella. Beginning next year, there will be some minor civil developments on and within our site. From outside looking in, it'll be pretty minor, probably no different than any other busy work season. Major civil work and civil piling and this type of thing will begin in the construction season of 2024. Peak construction will probably be about 2026 and 2027. We're forecasting the need for somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 workers at peak. That 26, 27 peak maybe will be a peak, but we will have construction going on through to 2030 is currently the plan. So again, all forward the plan as of today, but those are some of the things that we expect and are looking forward to partnering with you. And Marcella can give a bit of an update on kind of where we're at regulatory and with other governmental bodies.
Great. Yes. So as part of our public engagement strategy related to the project, we're going to be hosting an open house at the DCC on August 24th, and that's going to provide an opportunity for residents to ask questions. We're going to continue attending various community events throughout the summer, and as part of our engagement, coming today to talk with you, being at the farmers market on Thursday, things like that. We're also working through engagement with Indigenous stakeholders in the region, just so that we can make sure we've shared appropriate information kind of back and forth with all the key stakeholders. We're working with a consultant to draft our regulatory applications, and we're working with kind of all levels of government in the next few months. We did meet with the province and the feds to determine that no formal impact assessment will be required for this expansion project. So a fairly key regulatory, simplifies the regulatory a little bit. We will be amending our existing approval from Alberta Environment for the site for our expansion. And as well, we're looking at setting up meetings with city staff related to some topics like our development permit, emergency response, traffic, things like that. And just to let you know, a traffic plan is part of our current, regulatory path forward as we work through our applications. We anticipate labor as a challenge, as well as heavy haul. And we've begun 2 provincial committees with Dow and government officials to advance on those topics.
And now I'm going to pass it on to Michael.
I'm going to do a time check as well. So
You're fine.
Or I'm good?
We really want to hear this. So.
Oh, okay.
If I give you a couple extra minutes, I don't think anybody will be upset. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So next, I'd like to talk a little bit about the impact of plastics on the environment, which is a topic we hear a lot about in public discourse, and what Dow's role as a material sciences company is to be part of the solution. So Dow, fundamentally, we believe that plastic will continue to be an essential material for the things that we use every day in our lives. For example, and it's also part of the solution for decarbonization and building a more sustainable future. For example, the UN estimates that 7% of GHG's greenhouse gas emissions come from food waste, and lightweight plastic, like the plastic that we produce here at the fort, will be essential for transporting the drinking water, food, resources that the world's peoples need. And plastic also has the lowest carbon footprint. And in the analysis, if we were to replace plastic with alternative materials, the environmental footprint would actually be 4 times as much in almost every single use case. So we believe that plastic really has a role to play, and it will be part of the solution. The challenge, of course, is we know that too much plastic is ending up in the environment, and this is really a systemic issue that we need to close the loop on waste and create a much more circular plastics economy. So Dow has set some global goals to get to this, achieve this. So we are committed to removing 1 million metric tons of waste from the environment by 2030. And by 2035, all of Dow's packaging products will be recyclable or reusable. Locally, the staff at Alberta at Dow removed over 6,000 pounds of waste in cleanup efforts last year. And this is one of the examples of the actions we are taking in the meantime as we build more capacity for circular economy. In Canada, we are also focused on reducing plastic waste at the site of production. So we are investing in $10 million for Operation Clean Sweep, which is a manufacturing program that prevents loss of containment of plastic pellets, resin loss at our production sites. And lastly, as I mentioned, we know that this is a systemic issue that requires all partners to come to the table, and we are going to continue to work with governments and academic institutions, local businesses to create that circular economy. So the biggest effort right now is our work with and our partnership with Nate and colleagues at IPL on the microplastics research project that we're working on to better monitor and analyze microplastic pollution in the North Saskatchewan River Basin. And last but not least, we'll certainly continue to support community partners here at the fort, at the Alberta's Industrial Heartland region, to engage employees to make a positive impact. So I'm not going to go into all of the different partnerships and investments that we have in the region. There are some of the larger examples are shown on this slide. But again, as Marcella mentioned, we will also be checking in with our partners over the summer so that we have an understanding of what the needs are in the community, where can Dow be involved to support the growth and the changes that might happen in the city as we look forward to 2030 throughout the course of this project. And so that brings us to the end of the presentation. So once again, thank you to Mayor and Council for the opportunity to share this update. I also want to just thank my colleague Mark and Aaron from the Economic Development Department for making it easy for us to present today. I'm sure this is not the first presentation or update that we're going to give to you, Council. Yeah, we're looking forward to collaborating and being your partner, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much. And you are right on 15 minutes. So I will open it up for questions. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you, and thank you, folks, for being here today. One question, one comment you made caught my attention in your introduction. You made a statement, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but it was essentially, if this project goes forward, and then followed a couple minutes later with a comment, I think, final investment decision in 2023. What would happen to cause it to not go forward, or alternatively, what has to happen to ensure that the investment does go forward?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question, and certainly we're trying to be just very transparent that we're going through the study phase. I mean, there's a number of factors, including completing cost estimates, right? In studies, I think we all see the news of inflation every day, right? To some degree, things like steel costs can have a big impact, right? The cost of a project, if this thing swings up several $1 billion in cost, we might reevaluate as an example. So there's those factors, I would say, are the things that are being finalized before we make this multi-year commitment that's going to be going out multiple years. I think our board of directors, one of the reasons, and Ryan mentioned, our board of directors, along with our CEO and our chief financial officer, are going to be in Edmonton and Fort Saskatchewan in October, is to begin to really make sure we've thoroughly vetted exactly what we're about to go do here. And so I think the risks that could derail us have a lot to do with costs. If the costs just go out, certainly we're having to capture raw materials, right? So that's another thing that's in progress right now, working very closely to make sure we have the long-term commitments for feedstocks. I don't think that's a high risk, but that is a process that's ongoing. And then, certainly as we look forward on the other side of the ledger, the thing that would make it go forward, I think that's one reason we wanted to show you the video. Our CEO is very committed, not just because of the benefit of this project, but because this is really being seen as, can we do this? And by the way, we have a fleet of 12 to 14 sites like this that we would then like to repeat this process. So there's a high bias to make it work, but we want to make sure we're financially responsible as we do it. I don't know if that answers the question, but kind of talked around it.
Well, and that's fine. It's a question that probably can't be answered either. You don't know what the future is going to bring.
Right.
I appreciate the fact and you sharing that there's another 12 or 13 sites and we're number one. I see that as some significant incentive pushing you this plan forward.
Yes.
And I'm taking encouragement from that. The feedstock is natural gas, I believe, or I assume. And do you have the pipeline capacity to get this feedstock to your plant?
I mean, Ryan, maybe you can comment on that. I don't think that's that part's not the challenge.
We're not as worried about that piece. There would be new pipelines that would be required to be run to site. Those would be done by pipeline companies likely. But the abundance, the feedstock is ethane, which is a component of natural gas. So there is an abundance of it in Western Canada.
Yeah.
Super. And one last comment, if I may. It was going to be a question, but you addressed it when you talked about recyclable plastic and your goal there, because my question was going to be, why aren't we producing recyclable plastic? And you just filled that loop for me. Thank you. Appreciate it, folks. Have a good day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen and lady. This is definitely a very exciting project. As a matter of fact, this morning I was in a meeting with over 50 agents, and this was the subject of topic of that was being discussed, and how exciting it is, and how it's going to be bringing. I mean, this is what was said, but you said 6,000 to 7,000 jobs, but it was said 4,000 to 5,000 jobs. And lots of people are excited about this and looking forward to it, because it's going to be a mass immigration here, as a result of this. So we really want to see this succeed, right? And I have my first question was going to be the question that Councillor Kelly already asked and nicely answered. Really, it's a risk, right? And but it's obvious that you're taking steps to ensure that it succeeds. But my second question was, on the plastics. So really great ESG strategy you have there. But what Michael, you had mentioned was that there's a plan in 2030 to remove 1 million metric tons of plastics per year. And I'm wondering how do you intend to do that? Is that going to be like going? Well, I'll just let you answer that question.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I think really to help build a circular economy, it takes many different kinds of tactics and working collaboratively with partners. So one of the things that we are doing is investing in the processes in place at the site of our production. So things like Operation Clean Sweep to make sure that we ourselves don't cause plastic to be ending up in the environment. And also we're working with partners to invest in the technology and the infrastructure to make sure that we can remove waste and recycle plastics properly. Again, it's really a systemic problem, I think, all around the world. Only 9% of plastics right now is recycled. So, you know, that we have a lot of work to do to make sure that we have the infrastructure, the technology, and the partnerships in place to do that. So, you know, our partnership with Pulling Our Weight is one example that we are doing, you know, a partnership with the Alliance to End Plastics Waste so that, you know, in the meantime, we can do things like cleanup events and partnering with local communities to remove plastic and waste from ending up in the environment. And hopefully we'll meet that target by 2030.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, can I just say, I know, let me have one comment. One observation I made, you know, I think as Mayor Katcher pointed out, I just have moved up here from Texas. Just a small observation. So in the community I came from, just outside of Houston, there was zero separation of waste. So even what we have today with a system of collecting plastics, which as we develop technologies for both mechanically recycling plastic as well as chemically recycling plastic, which allows us to reduce plastic back to a more basic feedstock. There's a major problem in the world today in that even the plants that are being built to do mechanical recycling, there's a feedstock problem. They can't get enough plastic to put into those plants, right? So we're trying to work both on the process side and at the manufacturing side, but also as part of working really globally to try to figure out how we can enhance collection of plastics and provide that material, right? Because that's a key part of the circle.
Absolutely, thank you. And this is really commendable. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Dow has a soft spot in my heart just because that was what brought us to Alberta from Sarnia, Ontario, where Dow is no longer there. And my husband would have retired from there, but his unit ended up separating into a different company. But he was on the Dow site up until his retirement. I'm kind of going along with the same questions that were already there. You know, I like the recycle part. I feel really guilty these days with the amount of plastic I'm not allowed to put in our blue bags. So has Dow considered like building some mini plants or, you know, getting their own? Because there's certainly lots. We're now told we can't put a lot of the things into our recycle bins, and there is feedstock if it's, you know, figured out how to collect it.
Do you want to take it, Mike? Or I can't.
Sure. Maybe I'll start by saying, just to back up a little bit, I mean, there's really two ways that we can recycle plastic right now. So one is mechanical recycling, which is just sorting and separating and reusing the material. It's very easy to do and it's affordable and has a low carbon footprint. But the drawback is that it limits the kinds of plastics that you can reuse. So you can't recycle medical grade PPE plastic, for example. You can't recycle things like food grade plastic. So we're also looking at advanced recycling, which is essentially turning the plastic into the feedstock to make new plastic. And that requires usually a chemical process to do that. The performance of the product is much higher and it's essentially, you know, perform as well as new plastic, but the the drawback is that it has it requires a lot of energy and it has a large carbon footprint. So I think really it's going to take both types of recycling technologies to be able to reuse and recycle and create a more circular plastics economy. If you're interested, there is a new white paper that was put out by the CIAC, the Canadian the Chemical Industry Association of Canada. It's all about plastics recycling, and they estimate that advanced recycling is actually a $120 billion opportunity in Canada. So we know that more needs to be done to get the technology in advanced recycling to be where it needs to be, where we can fully leverage that technology. And Dow is working with partners like CIAC to make that kind of investment to make it happen. I'm not sure if I can answer the second part of the question, whether we will have a plant for that, or it's probably our
just
partners that will.
Maybe I can add one thing to it, and Ryan as well. I mean, I think we have a significant amount of research that's happening right now. One of the things I'll say about what we're proposing and bringing to you guys, everything we're talking about putting in is technology that we know how to go build, right? So when we make the final investment decision, our board wants to be able to say, what we're authorizing is something we know can be built and we know will work, and that's where we're at. So I think if you know our site, we also still have space, and I think as the research, particularly with advanced recycling, progresses, we will have the opportunities to participate in that space. I think right now we want to make sure we authorize what we know is proven today.
No, nothing to add.
Are you good?
Okay, thank you very much, and I look forward to the day when we can recycle it all.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for being here and for your presentation today. My question has to do with the impact to Fort Saskatchewan, being a community of 30,000 people, and talking about the bell curve influx of workers that we're going to be attracting for the expansion over a decade, and maybe how that'll affect Fort Saskatchewan in the future. I look back on the Anthony Henday expansion, where there were a significant amount of immigrant workforce that was retained, both contractors, vendors, and labor force that was brought in from both Eastern Canada and I think it was North Dakota was the general contractor. What is Dow's policy on ensuring that the labor force, vendors, contractors that you're going to be using are sourced locally if possible? Obviously, we don't have the capacity in Fort Saskatchewan, but locally, as in the greater metropolitan area of Edmonton. And yeah, if you could just speak to that and elaborate a bit.
Sure. So Marcella alluded to this, but we've struck a commission. Labor is one of our risks, our most significant risks. So we've struck a commission or task force with the provincial government to look at some of the things you touched on around maybe importing some labor. I think we will need to import labor to the region, as you point out, like the region. There's other things going on as well. Price of oil's going up, and then Scotford's got an outage every couple of years or every year. So we're going to need to do our part to bring it to the region. Of course, we're already working on our sourcing strategies already include components of using local companies, minority-owned companies, Indigenous-owned companies, etc. So I think you could expect a similar approach, with the addition of we also realize there's a reality of we are going to need to bring people to the area in one way, in one form or another. And right now we're partnering with the Alberta government. We're also leveraging in from IPL and trying to network in that regard to understand what it is they did in terms of busing, bringing people to the region, and that type of thing. So.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good overview. I appreciate that. And then just on a related note, then, so you said 6,000 to 7,000 workers at the peak of construction. What would be that phase and the duration of that phase in the 10-year time span? I guess what's the bulk of the work?
So kind of that peak is in 26, 27, and then it's going to tail off. I would say we don't quite have an accurate picture of that at this moment, but all of the work kind of after 2027 is substantially less. So does that drop to 4,000 or 2,000 for an ongoing 5 years. Quite honestly, we're not at that level of detail at this moment, but it will go down just, you know, in half or in a fifth. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you very much for your update. Question. Dow has a long history in our community, and there have been a number of business units that have flourished and I guess over time have been decommissioned and shut down. Recognizing what you're proposing today and updating on today is a new process, or it's an older process with new technology and new uses and new output. Is that correct?
It's basically a modern day version of what we have operating there today is probably an easy way of saying it. Yes.
Okay, so you're updating and doing things in a more efficient manner, and
Building,
and that's good
there
to
will
see.
be new asset. Yes.
Good. So with the context of the business lines that you still continue to operate there, will these similar efficient processes be applied to those processes as well? So your net zero is from everything that happens on site. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, the project includes retrofitting the large sources of greenhouse gases so that we can be net carbon zero, including the existing site, and that will continue operating the existing site going forward.
Okay, so adjunct to that. So the primary process that we're talking about here is production of polyethylene.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. And just to clarify, so that retrofit will take everything that's existing there and bring it to carbon neutral, plus the new stuff, which will be double to triple in capacity, will also be carbon neutral for the scope 1 and 2.
Okay, so going forward, how many processes or lines of business will continue to operate at Dow in Fort Saskatchewan that either are operating today or will operate in the future?
So what we have today is primarily a hydrocarbons business unit and a polyethylene business unit. Now, hydrocarbons is an intermediary product, which ultimately goes into the polyethylene. That's the primary useful product.
Okay.
And really, those will be the two retained business units. And then we have some auxiliary support, like we have an energy department today. We have, other functional support and things like that. But those are the two primary business units.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just curious because obviously the long history the Dow has had here, you've employed lots of people, produced lots of things that are used in our economy. So I was curious about going forward what the changes are going to be. But thank you very much for the update.
Okay. Can I add just one brief comment to that? So I think one thing that I guess I'd like the council to know is the new polyethylene technology that's coming in, although Dow is not going after the low-end polyethylene business, okay? So I think the comment was made, we don't believe that plastic is too valuable to be putting it into, I hate to use the word, just like plastic bags as an example. So the technology we're implementing is actually going to allow us to compete with some of the most specialized plastic applications in the world, right? When you start talking about electronic EVs, for example, the future, although it's simplistic to say it's one product line, I just want to make sure the council hears we really are going to be at the cutting edge of what polyethylene chemistry and products are delivering, and it's not all the same. So I just wanted to add that comment.
That was a great clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got two questions. The first one's for Marcella. So as the city is I said that right. Marcella, sorry. As the city's developing our capital plan, the 10-year capital plan with roadways and that, so it would kind of be a combination question. I assume you'll be working with the city to let them know, so if the final investment decision is made, I'm going to say in the spring, I'm going to be optimistic, then, and you say you're really getting off the ground by the fall or by 2024, I guess I'm just curious about the impacts that potentially could have on any highway work, what we should be considering, if your time periods, just talk to me about that.
Sure. So I think in terms of final investment decision next year, there'll be a little bit of work, but we don't anticipate, I think Ryan said 2026, 2027 will be the big years for construction and traffic. And we would very much like to meet with city staff on a number of topics, including traffic. So we want to discuss how we can work together on that piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
We don't have exact answers right now.
Okay, and I understand you don't have the times on that. So my next one, I think is for you, Michael. You made the statement, and I've heard this before, plastic has the lowest carbon footprint. Why do we not hear that when we're out in public? Why does plastic get a bad rap when it does have the lowest carbon footprint? And what can we do to help educate people? Is there something more we can do? I want to know about the lowest carbon footprint first, talk about that, and then, the education part.
That's a great question, and I think that part of the answer is what this expansion will support, which is decarbonization. We know that climate change is a reality. Dow has made a commitment to be net zero by 2050, and we're also actively trying to lower our greenhouse gas footprint to reduce the carbon that goes into the environment. But when we look at sustainability, carbon is one factor, right? There's also the issue of the waste problem that plastics can generate. And so if we're able to tackle both of them and make sure that we're creating a circular economy where we really are being sustainable and circular in our use and our production of plastics, I think that will help people understand that part. So I think going back to the earlier question, why don't people know that plastics has the lowest footprint? I'm not exactly sure where people get the sources of information about plastic production, right? So I think there does need to be maybe more or better education or information out there that provides an informed opinion about the sustainability performance of plastics.
Yeah, I think at a high level, Mayor, the cost to produce, like for example, a glass bottle versus polyethylene is much more. You use way more energy, much more fuel. I think to Michael's point, in society today, there is the waste issue is combined with the emissions issue, right? So I think people confuse those, especially maybe folks who are not close to the industry and don't understand that, right? They don't understand that when I buy a glass bottle or a metal can, they've consumed way more energy. Now the flip side is that we would also admit today glass might be easier to recycle. So I think there's those two sides of the equation. Dow's trying to work on both sides of them.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I see Councillor Nguyen, you have another question?
Yeah, there we go. Just a quick question, and I don't know if you have an answer, an estimate for this, but at full build in 2030, is there an estimate for the amount of water consumption that'll be increased, even as a percentage of what's currently being used by the Dow plant site?
Yeah, so we have an existing water license, and you've mentioned that we've shut down some assets. So we have an existing water license from Alberta Environment for diverting from the river. And we used to use a lot more of the existing water license because we were supporting facilities that are now shut down. And so we're going to be coming up against we're using a little bit of that permit right now, maybe a third to 40%. And we're going to be coming back up to closer to that volume limit that we already have in place. But it's a cyclical thing and has been since we've had that permit in place. So I think it dates back to the 70s.
Right.
So water usage will increase because we're tripling production. We're working through to make sure we minimize the total use, and we're kind of going to be heading more towards our current volume that we have allocated to Dow.
Okay.
And we've heard from the regulatory agency that the river is an open basin, so there's no current or expected limitations on water use from this river.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all of the questions. So thank you very much for coming out this evening. Marcella, Michael, Ryan, and Dawn. So this is very, very important to our community, as you can tell, and that's why there's lots of questions. So I know the City of Fort Saskatchewan looks forward to working with you, hopefully to make this a reality. And I want to thank you for your social responsibility in the community. And if you check my Facebook and Twitter, you're constantly on there because you are at all of the events that I think I'm at as well. So thank you for being very visible in our community, and keep us posted on your open houses. That would be great, because I know we would love to show up and continuously learn more. So thank you very much. And just so that you know, you are not required to stay here for the duration of the meeting. You are welcome to leave, but you're also welcome to stay.
Well, I am a resident of Fort Saskatchewan, so I'm no.
Thank you. You can always watch us live on our video streaming as well. But thank you very much. All right, our next presentation for this evening is Heartland Housing Foundation regarding affordable housing. We have Nancy Simmons, Executive Director, and Adrienne Richard, Communications Manager. So welcome.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be back with you this afternoon. As most of you know, I am Nancy Simmons, the CEO for Heartland Housing Foundation. And with me today in the chambers is our board chair, Mike Derbyshire, as well as our communications manager, Adrienne Richard. And as an organization, we are also very pleased to have Councillor Abatoye as a board member and Councillor Kelly as our newly appointed board vice chair. Heartland Housing Foundation has requested to meet with Council today to discuss opportunities for property tax exemptions as an investment in affordable housing for the community. And as we see on the screen here, we're all anxiously anticipating the future build that we are proud to be calling Muriel Ross Abderman Court. When it opens in early 2023, we will be an apartment community offering 83 units of near market housing with net zero construction features. Near market housing for this project will mean that rents for 63 of the units will be below 20% of market rent, with the remaining 20 units being adjusted to 30% below market rental rates. These percentages that we've just described are percent allocations below market and are defined through the various funding agreements that we've negotiated across all three layers of government over the last couple of years. It's worth noting that when we talk about this building, we are very intentional about calling it, not calling it affordable housing. And that's because the definition of truly affordable housing is paying no more than 30% of income on shelter costs. While the near market rates we will be offering will be affordable to some, we cannot offer rent geared to income model that would ensure this. This is met, that it will meet the real definition of affordable housing, but we'll talk more about that as we progress. So this slide helps us break down the overall capacity funding we have negotiated over the past few years to finalize the construction project. Through incredible contributions from our municipal, provincial, and federal partners, we have been able to acquire 58% of our total project costs through grants, land donations, and forgivable loans. It does, however, leave Heartland with remaining debt coverage of 42%, of which annual mortgage and interest repayment costs do account for a significant portion of our operating costs. In our near market apartments, all revenue is generated through rents and service fees. There are no fund requisition dollars or provincial operating dollars associated with our near market apartments. Heartland Housing Foundation employs 208 people in the region, including 50 jobs right here in the fort, supporting Dr. Turner Lodge residents, as well as the operation and maintenance of our affordable apartments for adults over 65, which you all know as Dr. Henry House and Fort Lyons Haven. The new near market apartments will also be serviced by the staff from our Dr. Turner team. As a break-even operation with requirements to maintain rents a minimum percentage below market value, we are vulnerable to the kind of utility cost increases, supply chain concerns, and labor shortage impacts we are seeing today. We do not have operational reserves to safeguard us against economic fluctuations, nor can we offer deeper subsidies to tenants who may have long or short-term challenges with their rent costs, meaning those individuals and families remain housing insecure in this community. Heartland Housing Foundation has recently received an estimate of property taxes related to the future state of our Muriel Rossop-Dermond Court once it opens. When we are finished construction, it is anticipated property taxes will be in the neighborhood of $100,000. When comparing this property tax amount to the total 2022 city operating budgets, an exemption of approximately $100,000 annually to Heartland Housing for this project would be an investment of less than 0.2% of city property tax revenues and negligible to the overall individual assessments to taxpayers. It's also worth noting that we have very recently received our 22-23 property tax assessment for this property, and we were surprised to learn that we are being assessed for $30,000 this year while the project continues to be under development. This has been an unprecedented assessment for our organization before full occupancy, as we have not had the assessments on previous construction projects in our neighboring community. With the 3 other capital projects that we've had over the past 12 years, this will be our first assessment that is more than a nominal value while we're under construction. And as we mentioned on the previous slide, our near market housing program is a self-sustaining program and does not have operating funding to sustain property taxes of this caliber prior to collecting tenancy rents. And so Heartland Housing Foundation is committed and a committed contributor to the social sustainability of our community by ensuring we are leaders in innovative affordable housing. A tax exemption or a grant in lieu for our near market housing program would build operating reserves, which would help insulate Heartland Housing Foundation and our tenants from the impacts of unforeseen repairs, market fluctuations for utilities, and labor shortages. We also mentioned at the beginning of this presentation that our agreements with the province and CMHC require a baseline subsidy of 20% below rental markets will be achieved. However, we know from our work in the community and with social service organizations that this may not be enough to meet the current needs of our community. While Heartland Housing cannot operate on a holistic rent geared to income model and remain self-sufficient, we believe we can offer additional subsidies on a sliding scale to help community members get closer to the target of spending 30% of their income on shelter costs. This can only be achieved through relieving the organization of operating costs such as property taxes. So to close, I would like to thank the City of Fort Saskatchewan for their continued desire to collaborate on affordable housing solutions for the community. We do believe there is a desire to help address housing precarity in a meaningful way for our community members, and we look forward to the conversation here today. And with that, I would open the floor for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So I will open it up for questions. Councillor Kelly, you're first. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, and nice to see both of you here today, and you two in the back, Michael. I'd just like to clear the air a little bit, or I wanted to be clear, Nancy. Heartland maintains separate books for the lodge program that Heartland operates, because the lodge program to operate the lodge program and assisted rents within that program, Heartland has the legal ability, and in fact we do, to requisition the communities. That is separate and distinct completely from the program you're currently talking about.
Yes, that's correct. And it's separate from our senior self-contained buildings that are owned by the province as well.
So, given that the price of steel, as mentioned by Dow, is the same for Heartland as it is for Dow Chemical, as it is for anybody else, and the cost per hour for a carpenter or the gigajoule heat bill cost, or go on down the list, is the same for Heartland. How is it that, let me rephrase that, we know that nothing is free in the world. The only way to make it more economic for some is to transfer that cost to someplace else. I mean, I think that council has to understand that that's a given. There's no freebies here. I have a question for Mr. Fleming. In the notice, Troy, pardon me, the notice of motion, or the proposed motion in front of council, there's no reference to the 2022 property tax bill. Did you have or were you going to make a comment on that later? Or do you have a comment on that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we'll follow up on that. I had assumed occupancy was required, but there's just some follow up to be done on it for 2022.
Now I'm not, tell me what you mean follow up and assume, John, please.
With the assessor. Nancy's statement that they were assessed for 2022 is the first I've heard of it today.
Oh, okay.
So my understanding, and this is what I would follow up on, was that if it was occupied prior to December, there could be a supplementary assessment. Nancy's indicated it's not occupied prior to December. So that is what I will follow up on.
But Nancy is got in hand already a property tax bill for how many dollars?
So the assessment has come in for 2022 for $30,000, and we have begun the process to understand more of why the assessment has come in so high. Our understanding is that if we had received occupancy in December, there would have been the remainder of the calendar year. So we just haven't received the follow-up from our request for more information.
Okay, you said assessment. In our world, assessment means property value. What you mean by was the property tax bill itself?
Yes.
What's the assessed value on the property? There should have been a notice for that, because the property taxes, of course, are a mill rate times an assessed value. Do you recall what the building was valued at?
I don't have the information in front of me, but we are trying to provide more information if it's the third value of the total project cost.
Okay.
That's one of the pieces of feedback.
Mr. Downs has indicated he will follow up.
Thank you, Mayor Katcher. I heard that loud and clear, but I'd like to understand exactly what it is we're following up and what it is we're dealing with right now, if you don't mind.
Mr. Dance, do you have an answer or not? Or you can bring it up when this item comes up in business arising?
What we will follow up on is the 2023 or 2022 notice that Nancy has referred to. This, as I said, it's the first I've heard of it today. So we will follow up on that specific item.
Then one more question, and it's a quick one. Is it typically policy that properties are assessed while they're under construction for a new value, constructed to date value?
Again, I don't have the background on that, so let me follow up so I give the accurate answer on this one. It just would have been helpful to know in advance as opposed to today.
I understand that, John. I assumed and thought you would know. Thank you for now, but please come back to me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Good evening, ladies. Thanks for your presentation today. I was going to ask the question on the assessment, so that is clear. Thank you very much. In the information that we received, when I was reading through it, it says that this is just one way that you can reduce operational costs. Can you just talk about what other ways that you're looking at to reduce operational costs?
Thank you for the question. When we look at the operations of an apartment operations, we are on very tight budgets for our operations. One of the biggest areas that we see in our existing portfolio is the maintenance requirements of the building and ensuring that we keep a reserve that is appropriate to maintain that building beyond really its basic useful life. And so the majority of our costs, I would say 80% of our costs are truly fixed costs, utilities, basic staff that we require that is supported by the rental rates that we charge. And some of the areas we could create some flexibility is on those reserves, but it does have a long-term impact. So trying to safeguard that to protect the overall assets of our properties.
And so hopefully I explained this right. So in your forecasted financials for this property, you have in there a line item for property taxes. So if property taxes were waived, there is money expected in your budget that can now be transferred to this. It is expected money in, like, an expected expense in those budgets for that building.
Do you mean that we would have savings?
Yes. So you've done a budget for that building. You have got $100,000 in property taxes in there, and so this truly would be money you were expecting to pay that can now be used elsewhere.
So our estimate wasn't as high as the what we've recently received, the $100,000. But I would suggest that what we're trying to establish within our organization is how do we do more for our community. So even though we have surpluses, our hope and our desire is to be able to create deeper subsidies because we know that 20% below market isn't necessarily achieving the affordability for the community members that we're serving.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask my questions, and then I've got, keep my list here. So the question that I have is, so you're asking as the next item coming out of this for us to look at determining if there might be a grant or a waiver. So I guess the question that I have is, as you're talking about deeper subsidies for individuals, right now you're saying there are 63 that would be below market and 20 at market. So would that mean then the additional 20 would receive subsidy as well?
No, it's pretty close. So the entire 83 units will be at least 20% below market. We have an additional 20 units out of the 83 that will receive 30% subsidies. That's built into our existing agreement. So 20% is a baseline below market, and then an additional 20 units will be a deeper subsidy at 30% below market.
Okay, so I guess the other question that I have, and forgive me for being a little bit bold, but so for everybody else who's got apartments in the community or renting out properties as well, and I know you said you don't want to use the word affordable, but do you think that they will feel it's fair if council were to totally waive or give the grant so that these people or these individuals can receive additional subsidies? So I guess that's one question.
Yeah,
the fairness and equity across the community.
Yeah, and I think it's a great question. The work that we do as a not-for-profit organization is ensuring we're meeting the needs of the community, and I within the industry, I'm fairly passionate that we need to do more work in defining affordable housing and that it's truly meeting the need. For organizations to potentially provide 10% below market is still not saying somebody is only spending 30% of their shelter or of their income on shelter costs. And so as a community, as a partner in this community, as a leader in this industry, I think it's important for us to say that we want to ensure we're doing the most we possibly can. And so defining near market and affordable housing will help ensure we're contributing as a community to the deepest subsidy for those that really need it. So understanding there's apartments out there that may still be high in comparison to people's incomes, I would suggest we need to differentiate and ensure that the purpose of the funds that we're using are being reinvested into our community. And that's something that we can do as a housing management body and as a not-for-profit.
Okay, and
Mind,
then
I'm just going to jump in because I think I'm catching something in this. Is part of the concern that other apartment owners will view this as an equity issue? Is that, did I hear that in there?
well, maybe not apartment people, but just taxpayers.
Sure. So part of, I think, what is really important about this is that, again, as Nancy mentioned, we're a not-for-profit, and also the fact that we have maximum income thresholds for occupants. That means that you have to have a maximum household income in order to be eligible for our housing. And what this allows is for us to help people move up the housing spectrum and ensure that folks who can afford more aren't in that place in the spectrum in our housing in that way. And so I think that is a critical difference, because it's certainly easy to say that you can spend, you can live in the smallest apartment and you can spend as little as you'd like and you can have the most affordable situation, but that's not quite the same as something where there's a criteria in place to ensure that we're giving you the support that, well, the most support we can offer at this stage, and then helping you along that spectrum. Does that help?
So would it be, I'm going to say, would it be like a Habitat for Humanity model? So if you're reviewing their financials every year and if all of a sudden then their income thresholds go up, then their rent goes up?
So the structure of our agreements isn't that the rent will go up, but we're very clear in the housing that we provide. If their income should go up on an annual basis, there is a potential that they would have to move out of the housing so that we could provide that housing to other people who are on the lower side of the core income threshold. So we do annual salary income reviews, and there's accountability for everybody to provide their income information.
Okay, thank you. I may come back to myself. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, ladies, and it's so good to see you, and you as well, Mike. This is such important work that's Heartland Housing Foundation is doing, and I like the word you use about being a leader. And I remember getting a call last week from a resident who was literally almost in tears, saying that his family is coming from the Philippines, and he literally doesn't know where they're going to live. And he was calling to inquire about this apartment. How does it qualify to ensure that he's able to pay and provide for his family? So back to that comment you made, there's people that need it, and we need to ensure that we provide as much as we can. But my question is, what is the long-term plan about, moving to the rent geared to income model? So if everything is going to be near market for now, what is the long-term plan to move there?
I'm not sure that there's a strategic plan to move us towards a rent geared to income model. What we've learned over the last 30 to 40 years in our province, and I would say across Canada, is that a straight 30% rent geared to income model for the entire building or an entire portfolio is not sustainable as an organization. So there is an opportunity for us to develop a mixed market strategy that could have some market rental units that help support and subsidize a certain number of rent geared to income. There has to be a balance between the entire portfolio, and just knowing the size of our current organization and where we could potentially go for the size of the communities we serve, I'm not sure that long term there's a big enough mix to have a large scale portfolio that accounts for 30% of one's income. But where we can potentially provide subsidies to those people who are on the lower spectrum of that income threshold, so that there's higher opportunities for those that really need it.
So my hearing then is about 30% of the total units?
So there's magic numbers in Edmonton of you need 8 market units to subsidize one 30% RGI unit. So it takes a large percentage to cover that subsidy.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I was on the Heartland board a few years ago, so I'm familiar with a lot of it, but I do have a few questions. So, do you pay taxes on the other apartments, Lions Haven and Henry House?
So those are properties that are owned by Alberta Social Housing Corporation, the provincial government. And so there's an agreement in place where there's grants in lieu between the province and the municipalities. So there is an exemption on those properties.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that. And do you get grants for the operation of this? Do you apply for grants from other areas, from other governments for be operational, I guess, or some of the things needed for running it, right?
Specific to this new property?
Yeah, like is there plans in place to look at, money coming in? I think that was one of the questions Mayor Katcher was asking.
Yeah. So the model of any new affordable housing grant option with CMHC or other federal opportunities is that projects are self-sustaining. So we need to create models where we can cover the debt coverage as well as the basic operating costs. There's no new operating dollars for projects.
Okay, good. And I know the need for this, but I think I saw something in the paper a little while ago about applications. So are they out?
I can jump in on this one. Now we're talking. Yeah, the application processes will begin in the fall, we're hoping. And
so you haven't received any yet?
They're not even open yet because we are still trying to scrape together every possible opportunity to deepen these subsidies to ensure that we are meeting the 20% and then being able to reach deeper for those folks. What we're hearing is an incredible need in this community for housing that goes below that 20% below market. And so given the urgency that we're hearing from our conversations with our social service partners, including your own FCS branch, we know that we need to be able to pull out all the stops, which I think is a lot of the reason why we're here today.
And are you going to, this was just kind of came to mind, are you going to have a process? Because I know for the lodges, they have that, there's how much your income. Are you going to have like a bit of a criteria where people that need it more are, get a jump on it versus just a standard waiting list? Or
so at this point, those kinds of details aren't really available, but we are really, again, like I said, working very, very hard to make sure that these difficult decisions get answered and we can have these conversations very soon. But what we do know is that, what we can say very plainly is that there are going to be high income cutoffs. So you cannot make, we can't have somebody who's making, twice what the cutoff is living in that apartment. And we do know that there's going to be, we know that there's going to be a lot of applications. That's what I can tell you right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Macon next, as everybody gets one. Oh, did you? Oh, there you are. Sorry. Got my list here. I apologize. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. I'd just like to flesh out or add a little color to in relation to some of the questions that were asked earlier. The budget for Memorial Abderman Court, we prepared a budget, or Heartland has prepared a budget. I'm trusting my memory, Nancy. It seems to me that the budget showed on an annual basis approximately $65,000 surplus per year for an 83 unit building. So there doesn't have to be many hiccups in the way it operates before that skinny 65 turns into a negative number, and there is no alternative way to fund the negative number. I think that's the point that has to be driven home here. There's no requisition that comes to the community on this. The types of clientele that we anticipate having within the building itself. Some of the units have been designed to accommodate a individual or person's caretaker in an adjacent suite. I think, could you maybe elaborate on those concepts, please?
Sure. So we have a total of 24 accessible units within the project, which will allow a really strong partnership with our existing partner, Robin Hood Association, where they'll be able to provide housing to a significant amount of their residents who currently don't have accessible housing. It's really difficult for their staff to manage within their existing properties. So some of the units will be available to Robin Hood, but also provide for the whole community a really strong place with great accessible housing opportunity.
H clients as well.
Yes.
So we're looking at I've been on Heartland's board now for over 5 years, so it's the royal we. Nancy, I know you do all the work. We are looking at truly trying to lend a hand, provide an opportunity for a segment of our population that doesn't have many options. Would that be a fair statement?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon.
Can you just remind me what, or I should say, who can apply there? Is it seniors? Is it families? I just can't recall. It's been a while. Who is that new building meant for?
So it is a project that's being developed for intergenerational. There will be no age limits. And the basic criteria will be income. So those that are under a certain income threshold will be at the top priority of our waitlist management for it.
So is there multi-room units, like a single mother or something like that?
Yeah, we're going to be having bachelors to 3 bedrooms. So
Okay.
we're hoping this is going to be a space where we'll see families grow. And then, I think we're really hoping that we'll see families grow up and out, right? Because that's the hope, is that, we see those incomes go up and we start to have those conversations about what's your next move? This is so exciting for you. And that's what we see happening in our other near market intergenerational housing there in Sherwood Park, is we see families who, come in and start and grow and gain that stability that is so essential that comes with having those near market rental rates. And then they come out of our apartments, and then, they get to go live in the community of their choosing, live how they want to, but they've gotten to come up in the community of their choosing too. And I think that's really critical. We don't want to see these families get pushed out of this community, because they're the ones who grow this community.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one last question. So with the individuals that are coming in, and I understand some that, potentially are on assistance and that already, but the other ones, are there going to be programs that are going to be tied with like Families First or something to help with like budgeting, to, different, those type of programs, so that, they can, it's like a helping hand so that they can eventually get into their own place? Or, I guess I like the Habitat for Humanity model, because it, gets them into their own homes eventually. And I understand this is different because it's rent, but they also have some training for people and guidance and mentorship. Is there going to be any of that?
So I'll start. There's nothing formal in place. However, our relationship and the partnerships that we have with Building Bridges right here in Fort Saskatchewan is what I like to call the wraparound support services that are essential to the type of housing that we provide. When we build capacity within our community and allow people to move in at a reasonable rental rate, the only way they will be successful is if we build the community around them. And so I love the idea of how wraparound support services can happen. We do housing well, and we do that work because we know the business, and we partner with our community partners to help support the additional work. And just building those relationships over the last couple of years, I think everybody within that partnership group is eager to get started and to start working with our families.
Okay, thank you. And the other question that I have, I know in the report that's going to come forward, it's going to be asking to direct administration to look at an incentive program. So I guess the question that I would have, because once we get into debate, we can't bring you back on. So are you looking for long-term or forever forgiveness, or like what's your time period? Or is this just like, we're asking for this and we never want to pay taxes? So what's your ask?
In an ideal world, the ask is how can we create this partnership that creates a sustainable model for us? I think there's levels of accountability from our organization back to council to make sure we're doing the work that we've asked for exceptions to. I recognize that there needs to be reporting mechanisms and evaluations to ensure we're doing that work. So in an ideal world, having that exemption permanent would help us in our future planning. But if there's a way to make it less of an annual request, it would just make our planning and our strategic planning process more seamless, to give us more time to plan should there be a change in the grant program.
Okay, so the short answer is you would like it infinite.
For sure.
But, okay.
For sure.
Okay, thank you. It looks like all the questions that are being asked at this point in time. So it is coming up as business rising from the presentation. So we'll deal with this one and then we'll take a break. So thank you very much for coming out, and I'll invite Mr. Dance up to the presentation area.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is John Dance, and General Manager of Corporate Services, and in response to Nancy and Adrian's presentation, administration has prepared a motion, and if council supports the motion, administration will conduct further research and outline options for council's consideration for affordable housing near market incentive programs, along with the impacts, and bring a report back to council prior to September 30th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Can either ask questions or we can get to a motion. Move this along. Oh. Okay, Councillor Nguyen has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just what are we looking ballpark cost and duration of the study?
It through Your Worship, Councillor Nguyen, it would be minimal. There's a number of other municipalities who are undertaking very similar work, Lethbridge being the most recent. Edmonton and Calgary also got some information on it, so it's not significant.
And that's what I figured, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So just before we go to a motion, so within this though, so my question would be is the parameters around this, and you're just basically going to go to other municipalities to see what they're offering?
We would look to some of the current best practices in place. We'll continue to work closely with Heartland Housing and come back with different options for council that not only would apply to Heartland Housing Foundation, but could be potentially other entities as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, go ahead. Oh, damn.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a second.
We
Okay.
got it now. That's
It's
good.
not
Thank
pressing
you.
hard enough here.
I move that council direct administration to provide options and impacts for an affordable and near market housing incentive program, and that the report be brought back to council prior to September 30, 2022.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion. Would you like to speak in favor?
Yes, thank you. John, you mentioned, or I think it was you mentioned Lethbridge. I did sit in a campground with COVID in Medicine Hat and watch that particular council meeting in Lethbridge. They struggled a bit with the concept too, just like we are. It's a new concept. It requires thought. It requires some planning. The thing not to forget is, again, there's a segment of our society, and it's flexible, but there's always going to be a segment of the society that needs a helping hand. It's been that way forever. When I was a child and everybody lived in a rural setting, it was simpler and easier. And for the most part, we weren't as transient. So you lived close to home, and you lived your neighbor or your parents or your child slaughtered a cow, and you got a portion of it in your freezer, and you survived that way. We don't have those options anymore. The cow has become a check because that's what we have available. And it's that sort of thinking, I believe, that we have to get into. The concept of fairness was raised. I think Nancy touched on it. This is an income-based program that you have to maintain certain low income thresholds in order to stay in the building. We don't encourage, I should say we, Heartland wouldn't be encouraging those people to maintain a low income threshold just to stay in the building. And I really can't imagine that anybody would want to maintain a low income threshold to stay in any particular building. It's just not logical. However, once they get to a position in life where in fact their income exceeds, and I would assume that everybody would like to see that happen for all persons concerned, then they will be asked to look for someplace else to live so that the building can be opened up to another person or persons that require the same helping hand. I think that system is fair, infinitely fair. I'd just like to add one small thing to that too. When I was a student with 2 young children at university and finishing off my articles for a CA, I lived in income assisted, and it wasn't assisted in the normal sense of the word, but low income housing in Sherwood Park. And that is how I got through my articles, and that is how I became a CA. Without it, it would have been impossible. I did apply, actually I didn't apply, but I did interview with Dow Chemical back in the day. So when the folks were here, my history with Dow goes back almost 50 years now. Anyway, it's part of society that we have to be able to provide. And you know what, it requires somebody else to help pay the bill. It really does, because there's just no other way to do it. And either council can be serious about this obligation or take more time to think about it, but at the end of the day there will be no time, pardon me, it can't be avoided, I should say. The reality is here and it's now, and this council has to be prepared to move. I look forward to your report, John. I'd just like to ask, as part of my comments, Mayor Katcher, when do you anticipate getting back to council on the 2022 property tax assessment or bill?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that will be in the next day or two.
Perfect. So we can bring it up at the last meeting in June before the bills are actually due, if a discussion is necessary.
Yeah, the bills will be due on June 30th, so we have a couple of weeks, but we'll look into it today and tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you. And those are my opening comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
I'm not opposed to the motion. I'm not opposed to the project, but the question that I've got, wasn't there a fundamental business case prepared for this project? And as part of a business case, costs and expenses would typically be factored into that based on an estimate, I guess, best case. But wasn't that done for this project? Didn't the Heartland Housing Executive do a business case that ultimately the board should have approved, and we should have ultimately had some level of, it's a fundamental question, because to look at this thing from the standpoint of saying now we know what the taxes are going to be, we're concerned about that. Well, that should have been assessed in the business case, was it not?
Okay, so we don't have Nancy up here anymore. We have our 2 board members.
Well,
so
that's what I'm directing
will,
you to, yes. Yeah.
Can you push your button? Thank you. Go ahead, you can just respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. I did touch on it in my comments or questions earlier. The pro formas for that 83 unit building included property taxes, but showed a rather skinny $65,000 cash flow, assuming the building is completely leased out and occupied and things run smoothly, and doesn't allow or provide for any the contribution to any reserves for ongoing significant maintenance that we all know will arise at some point in time. So yes, the business case was done. It's very skinny. The rentals are going out at 20 to 30% below market, and the building was built at market, minus about a $5 or $6 million adjustment for grants in lieu. But the costs are all the same going forward, whether it's near market or below market rents. Thank you.
So the question that I have to both you and Councillor Abatoye, as board members, and again, I'm not making these comments or asking these questions in a negative context. I'm just curious, why was a better business case analysis not completed? This should have been patently obvious as opposed to where we are today. So this is not criticism, it's just let's call it a rhetorical question. I don't need an answer. Where we are today. Okay.
Okay, we'll do one more. Oh, jeez. Okay, go ahead.
The business case, I think our board spent 2 years thrashing that through. You balance the potential to break even or generate a $65,000 positive cash flow per annum with the need in the community. And we thought we could make it. We think we can do it. We think it would help a hell of a lot with a property tax abatement for a number of years to get us over the opening half a dozen, maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years until the mortgage payments get drawn down to a point where the cash flow starts to become more realistic, Councillor Harris. And that is the business case.
So that's the kind of the time frame, and I think Ms. Simmons touched on it earlier. They'd like to see it ad infinitum, whereas we're talking about potentially the end site of this type of a program could conceivably be the end of the mortgage, whatever that time frame is.
Absolutely. I think if I was in Nancy's situation, asked that question, I'd say I want it forever too, because we're in a negotiation. The point is that, as we all know, as mortgages get paid down, your free cash flow improves. And I wouldn't expect that this council or any council would continue to support a specific building that had a very positive cash flow. That wouldn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Okay. So regarding the okay, we don't have a motion on the ground yet. Okay, we do. Okay, but I had a question, or maybe more like a comment regarding the 30,000 taxes, because that building was actually scheduled to be done with construction in November of this year. So I'm assuming that that might be the reason why the assessors came forward with that number, because they'd assume that it will be occupied by December. So, but it'll be interesting to hear what's the outcome of your inquiry is. But to the motion, definitely support the motion. I'm a newer board member, so I wasn't there when all this information was being passed on. But I think common sense really tells me that a business case is an estimate. It doesn't mean that it's going to be bang on. And with everything that's happened in the last year, with inflation and labor shortage and all of that, factored in, I think that what the board is currently doing makes sense. We're saying that we need this, the board is saying that it needs this, incentive to be able to provide a very important service in our community. We all saw the reports from Heartland Housing Foundation. It included the needs assessment by ARDN and how it talks about, a lot of people in our community, especially lone parents households. And what's the other one now? I'm missing. I can't really see it right now, but lots of single parents. That's there's that gap in our community, and I think that through this avenue we're able to meet that need. And I also mentioned about the call I got from the Filipino guy whose family is coming towards the end of the year that really needs this service, and I'm really proud of this project because it's very clear. It's really geared to the income of what the applicants are going to be qualifying for. So it's obvious that it's people that actually really need this service that will be getting it. So to the motion, I definitely support the motion. I think that's administration should bring forward the option so that we can see what is the best fit for the Heartland Housing Foundation to be able to meet this need.
Okay, thank you. I'm going next. So I'll support the motion, but I guess a question really that I have, and I know Mr. Morrissey sitting 3 rows back, but this parcel of land falls within what we call our downtown, and yet we just approved an incentive program. So for if something's built on Fort Station or something, that they would be able to apply for that 10-year waiver, I think it is. So I guess the question that I have, when you're looking at the parameters of that, would this not fall within that, where they could just make that application for the first 10 years and then I guess it could be reviewed later? Or, you know, I'm just really trying to figure this one out. So do you know if that would fall within that?
Through your worship, we will consider that as one of the options that we'll assess.
Okay. You know, and I'll support looking into this. I would support, you know, similar as what we potentially are doing for the one that may come forward for the Fort Station, that is also going to be offering rent geared to income for a percentage of apartments. I guess my only concern is when we talk about furthering subsidies and that it's going to help. A, there was a business case, but B, if there's never a deadline set for something to expire or to have to be held accountable, there's always going to be more stuff injected to something. I mean, that's like people say to us at the city, oh yeah, you know, you can keep our taxes at 0, but you know, like it never runs out. It's like the GST, it never runs out. It was supposed to have been paid off, never ran out. So because there's always costs associated and costs increase, and that's my only concern that I have with this, is if there's never a deadline for this to end, then there's never an incentive to try and get your bank account up where you've actually got the money that you can invest in that. So I know that probably doesn't make sense, but I prefer a time frame when we're looking at criteria when something comes back. But I guess we'll have that discussion. But I will support the initial motion. So thanks. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. I do like that it's bringing back options for generally for affordable and near market housing incentives, because then we're not just looking at this as a one-off and creating a broader policy, and I do appreciate when we do that type of work. The other thing I would say is that when I'm not wearing my council hat, we service 300 families in Fort Saskatchewan, and that's probably not even a drop is what is here. And what we hear all the time is how our families are struggling. And, you know, just this week, we know of a family that is losing their home because of the conditions of the market, and they're having to move in with family, you know, and so they're a good example of that invisible homelessness that we see. And I really think that this project will serve that purpose and ensuring the sustainability of this project in maintaining those low incomes, those 20 and 30%, trying to even do better than that. I certainly support that. So I look forward to what gets brought back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, question for Mr. Dance. So just to be clear, because I think I'm getting a bit confused, we're really only focusing on an option to waive property taxes, or are you going to be looking at a grant-based system and potentially other options, like a slew of them, and then council will be able to discuss and evaluate alternatives, or is it just the property taxes?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, we would look at a number of different options, report on those options, and likely come back with a recommendation for council.
Okay, perfect. And then we don't offer tax incentives for Habitat for Humanity housing, do we right now, or does the Habitat organization take or have some system for dealing with that on their own with the homeowners?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'm not familiar of any kind of incentives for Heartland House or for Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, okay. Because I think it's quite important for us to gauge the the different affordable housing options and how the city is working with those products and those services throughout our community. So I'll support the motion. I'll be interested to see what the recommendation is when administration brings it back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly to close. Oops. Sorry. Okay, no, that's good. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nothing further to add. I think we've got consensus, so let's call the question.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote.
Just waiting for Councillor Laboratory.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming out this evening. We have a full agenda, so we are going to take a recess. Do you want 10 minutes or 15? Let's take 15 and then we'll try and push through. So, okay.
Red is on, or?
Okay, thank you. We will resume the meeting. So our next item of business is 7.1, Range Road 224 culvert replacement. We have Bradley McDonald and Richard Gagnon and Grant Schaefer presenting. So welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. We're here today to talk about a culvert on Range Road 224. In the spring of 2022, the culvert that was serving the Yorkville Ditch crossing Range Road 224 was found to have failed. You can see here a aerial or a kind of panoramic view of the culvert and the overflow. What had happened is the metal in the culvert, which is actually below the erosion and hidden, it had essentially decayed over time, resulting in soil collapse. And then with the spring runoff, it created this washout area. The water cannot flow through, and the culvert is no longer working as intended. This provides just a closer up view of the damage that has occurred. So the primary culvert is completely hidden. It's underneath the water level there. And what you're seeing here is an overflow that actually kind of saved the road because the water did have an escape route. And this provides a bit of perspective just in relation to the road. So on the left side, you can see the inlet culvert. You can see that it's roughly 6 to 8 feet from the road surface. On the other side, the city has managed to install a temporary bypass line through the collapsed culvert, and that's providing some relief. So, for example, today during the rainfall, the water was able to flow through that without having too much of a damming effect. However, these are short-term fixes. This is not going to provide a long-term solution. And there is a risk that over time that erosion will worsen and eventually cause the road to fail. We have preliminary numbers from the city's engineer. So Stantec has taken a look at this culvert. They have produced an estimate of about $325,000 to repair the culvert. That is based on Alberta Transportation, what they call Class A, which is roughly equivalent to our Class 5. The $555,000 includes the quoted price from Stantec to complete the detailed design, plus it includes 50% overall project contingency. This project would be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve, which is currently at its ideal or optimum balance. The next steps, pending approval of the budget, would be to finalize the detailed design, put the project out for tender. We would provide advance notice of the road closure. We would commence and complete construction with the goal of having the road reopened by the fall. The road would only be closed during the time that they actually have to excavate it. And I will turn it to you for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for questions first. Councillor Harris.
In the Stantec report, it indicated that the road in question is in land that was transferred to the city through the annexation process set in 2019. I thought this area was in the annexation area that was taken in the early 2000s. Can you clarify that for me? And if it was, if it was under our control during that period of time, then I'm asking, why did this happen? Why was an assessment not done? And if it was the most recent one, then it was a Strathcona. So can you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, for sure. Through your worship to Councillor Harris, the Yorkville Ditch was the previous boundary. So the city limit was just on the north side of the Yorkville Ditch. So the annexation in 2019-2020 did include this culvert. So this was just outside the city limit prior to 2020.
Subsequent to that, did we not have an agreement with Strathcona for roads in that area? For example, like we look after some of theirs, they look after some of ours. Obviously, this was not in that context, or can you clarify that, Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, I might defer the maintenance that we share with the county to the Director of Public Works.
Yeah, I'm not aware of an agreement on that piece of road for that maintenance.
So in other words, this was a big surprise, assuming that we just annexed it.
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation. So I was looking at the letter from Stantec, and it looks like they have a 15% contingency already built into their budgets. And so for Class 5 budgets, we're talking about a maximum of about 50% of the total budget. So shouldn't that contingency also be, shouldn't it be contained in that 50% contingency?
Yes, sir, Your Worship, to Councillor Abatoye. In fairness, yes, we did build contingency on contingency. So the way that Stantec provided that estimate was based on a formula that the province uses for these type of projects. And when we looked at it, we kind of said this roughly translates to our Class 5. We normally kind of apply a 50% overall contingency at that level because you are at a fairly high level. It does result in inflating the contingency on the project. So it provides, I guess, a slightly conservative budget with the hope that we would come in under that budget. And in this case, being a reserve-funded project, with that reserve being within its optimum balance, we don't feel that this represents a misallocation of those funds. When the project comes in, we expect within or under budget, any surplus would simply go back to the reserve.
Okay, thank you. And just the second comment. So you had said in the request for decision that so this will be going outside of will be deviating from the policy, with this motion, because we're not going to be coming back to council when we get a detailed budget. And my question is, should that be reflected in the motion, or I don't know if that's a parliamentary question?
Through your worship, we did prepare an alternate motion in case council chooses to follow that process. For clarification, the reason that we're recommending, I guess, bypassing that process is if you follow the letter of the policy, yeah, we're over the 500, but with the, I guess, kind of practical sense that the contingency is what's pushing us over that $500,000 limit. Also, given that we wanted to kind of expedite this project, however, council absolutely has the option of going out to get the Class 2 estimate, and we do have an alternate prepared.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So the question that I have is on culverts. Have you gone out and reviewed all the culverts now, and are they all prioritized? Because we had one that came to us in our capital budget, and that one still hasn't been put back in yet. So how are you dealing with culverts?
Your Worship, I can maybe answer this question. Our program looks at culverts that are major, we also classify them as bridge because they're big enough to handle the water under, and we look at them every second year. In terms of other culverts that we have that service roads like this one, basically it's once every 10 years. This is our service level that we look at. So we have not, for example, at this time, go out there and then look at the culverts that we received, let's say, through the annexation. At this time, we're basically going to put them in a schedule to be reviewed if they're major every second year, or if they're not major, then every 10 years.
So is this one a risk then with weight capacity? I'm just trying to judge because you brought us a previous one during budget, and I'm assuming this one's a higher priority than the one that you brought before?
Your Worship, we decided to bring this to council consideration because of the urgency attached to the erosion of the road that we see in the pictures, and then we had a chance to see that as staff as well. So as the erosion was approaching close to 6 feet of the road, we said that we need to fix this, and as soon as possible, hopefully before the next melt in the spring of 2023.
Okay, now just one last question. What's the vehicle count that utilizes that road?
Your Worship, I don't have a count, but we know it's a very well-used road that services people going through Strathcona and Fort Saskatchewan. It's a busy road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, maybe just further to the how many culverts and how often we assess them. Like, is there a count for how many that we've inherited with the newest annexation? Because we're aware of two, because they both need to be replaced. I think it's probably fairly standard that failing infrastructure gets passed on if an annexation is predicted to happen.
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, yes, we do have a list of culvert. Some of them that were passed to us from the annexation. There was a spreadsheet that was sent to us in February 2020, and then there's a few listed there, but this one wasn't. So, and there's and potentially they're just included in the overall road infrastructure and that way into the inventory. But we'll need to research that a little bit more if needed. But we did receive a list with the number of the kilometers of roads that we received, the number of signs, and some of the major culverts as well that are listed there. But this was not listed.
Okay, good to know. And then I would just like to know what we're going to be getting for $325,000. Obviously, that's the construction cost estimate. Is that cost associated with another metal culvert, or is this going to be a cement culvert upgrade to potentially extend the longevity of something like this instead of replacement of every 10 years?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. The replacement would eliminate the setup that they have here with an overflow and a primary culvert. It would replace it with one single culvert that's a larger diameter, so it would go from a 3 foot or 2 3 foot diameter culverts to 1 6 foot diameter culvert, which would actually put your capacity probably 3 to 4 times, which would provide enough capacity to reach design. And the lifespan of that culvert would be sufficient to it would essentially, development would outpace the life of the culvert. So development is anticipated to reach that area before the culvert would need to be replaced, and ultimately would be replaced as part of a developer's project.
Excellent. That's good to know. And I know you guys always do your due diligence. It's very clear that that needs to be replaced sooner rather than later. And I definitely agree with our Director of Public Works before next spring. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Harris.
This is a question, Mr. Fleming or Mr. Dance. With our annexation of lands from Strathcona County, on an annual basis, are we required to pay Strathcona a sum of money to offset, loss and whatnot?
Excuse me, through your worship, that is typically the process that happens with an annexation, is you will compensate the municipality that gives away the land for the loss of tax revenue. In Strathcona County's case, they allowed the compensation that we owed them to go towards the construction of the Point of Pins Road. So our compensation to Strathcona County was concluded when we did the work around the Point of Pins subdivision on the road there. And so we don't owe them any further compensation.
Okay, well, I guess this is a certain amount of buyer's remorse, I guess, without having done appropriate due diligence on the infrastructure. Then, it leaves us in a situation we've inherited some significant costs in both the Point of Pins or the Partridge Hill Road culvert issue and this one as well.
And we're still just asking questions.
Yeah, and that's the question I'm asking. So do we have buyer's remorse given the fact that we have not done a good job of assessing infrastructure?
Through your worship, no, I wouldn't say that. In an annexation, it is you acquire the land as is, and it can't be stated that these failures are a result of anyone's mismanagement or anything.
And
sometimes these things happen,
and
they just happen to happen on the piece of land that we annexed.
And I'm not suggesting that's the case here. All I'm suggesting is can we continue to have a conversation with Strathcona County about some of these hidden dangers?
So you have the mic. Do you want to put the motion on? Then you can make some comments such as that.
Yeah, good question. Now, are we putting on the alternate thing, or are we putting on the main motion? What Councillor Abatoy asked something about an alternate motion. I think that was a reduced cost relative to triple contingencies or double contingencies, or
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, our preference is to bring the original motion.
So the one in our report is that council approve a budget of $555,000 for a culvert replacement on Range Road 224 to be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve. And if that's the case, I so move.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion. So now you can speak to your motion.
You know what? I'm not being critical. I understand the process of annexation. We've gone through it a number of times. It is what it is. I think that we definitely want to ensure that we have the conversation through our Intermunicipal Relations Committee with Strathcona so that they are aware that while it was an uncontested annexation in both instances back in the early 2000s and most recently, it comes with a cost, and you know, we're big people and we understand that. So that's, you know, obviously if it's got to be fixed, it's got to be fixed. Now the question is, are we at the point where we're going to have to close the road unless we get out at PDQ?
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, at this time we mitigated the issue with some temporary measures. Okay. One of them is basically the pipe that we put through the culvert that has been affected, and also we compacted some soil as well where the erosion is evident. And then to stabilize the bank at this time.
Okay, good. Thank you. That answers my questions, and those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly on debate.
Yes, when I looked at the pictures, the overflow culvert being placed a couple feet higher than the main culvert, what's the rationale for that? Beaver dam blockage or something like that?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I don't have the full rationale. Maybe our engineering group can help me out with that. Saying that, if I think it's a preventative measure if the culvert or the ditch overflows into the adjacent land that are more agricultural land. So there's lots of space for the water to go there. But put it this way, when we looked at it and we see the height of that culvert pretty high, well, it's going to bring a lot of, you're going to need a lot of water to get to that level. And then most likely the farmer's land will be pretty wet and pretty full of water. So unless there's another alternative.
Okay, you've confirmed my suspicions. It doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. And I support the motion. The road has to get fixed. I think that's obvious. So I think we should get on with it and get it done sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll support the motion. A couple of comments so I'd like to make, though, is I'm wondering when you're bringing back the other culvert replacement, because you told us that road, it was imminent, that needed to be done, and we'd put it on hold to see if we could get any monies from neighbors. So when do we expect to see that one, and where do you expect to fund it from?
Your Worship, we'll be bringing it back through the budget process again, answering some questions that we had. The current budgets will be doing, the intent is to do that work next year, is the hope. Answering the questions that were brought up through the last budget process.
Okay, so we won't see it till the 2023 budget.
At this point, we wouldn't be able to get it built in time, so we'll take it through to next year.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other comment that I would like to make, and just a little bit brash here, when you say we're just taking it out of the capital reserve and it's at its optimal balance. I sound like somebody else on council, but that money has to be replaced. So it's just not an ongoing pot that we draw from, and they're there for specific reasons. So I'm really hoping that when you bring these projects forward, they've been well thought out. We just approved the capital budget, but we don't make comments such as that because we always endeavor to put the money back in and keep our optimal balances for emergencies. And maybe you call this an emergency, but it always has to be replaced. And I guess that's my comment. So just be careful with that wording. Okay, thanks. Councillor Abatoye?
Just going back to my previous comments, so are you bringing this back when you get a detailed design?
Your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, at this time, the way that the motion is on, we're not going to bring it back.
Right, but I'm saying the motion doesn't say that. The motion just approves an amount. Or am I missing something?
Mr. Fleming?
Yes, Your Worship, Council could approve this in two different ways. One is approve the money for us to do the engineering and we can come back for the final amount, or the motion that's on the table which approves the engineering and the capital budget, capital funding amount all at once, so that we can just go through without coming back to council. So that's what's on the floor right now. We would not be back to council if this motion is approved.
Okay, I think I read that differently. Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on close. You have to put your...
The only comment that I would make in closing, that is, if you refer to the second paragraph under summary analysis, I was not aware that metal rots. I thought metal corrodes. So take a look at that and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's all I have to say.
Fair enough.
I think that's a rhetorical question.
It was totally a rhetorical comment.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is now closed. The council approve a budget of $555,000 for the culvert replacement on Range Road 224 to be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve. Please cast your vote. Councillor Abatoye, is she still having problems with yours? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item we have is Public Works Yard Contaminated Soil Remediation Phase 2. Grant Schaefer presenting.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here today to secure funding for the remediation of contaminated soil in the Public Works Yard. Beginning in 2014, the city was required to identify contaminated site liabilities in our financial statements. In 2015, a Phase 2 environmental report and drilling program was undertaken to establish the extensive contaminated soil in the Public Works Yard. At the end of 2015, the city identified $1,400,000 as a liability for the cleanup of the contaminated soil at the Public Works Yard. Money was set aside at that time for this future work. In 2017, new above ground fuel tanks were installed in the yard. With the new tanks in place and operational, the old tanks were removed in 2021, along with an area slightly larger than the initial stage 1 area that was identified for remediation. In 2022, we are planning to complete the remediation of the yard. Through discussions with the yard users, it was decided that 1 year of interruption will be better than multiple years as originally planned. Phasing will still occur within the project, but it's anticipated that remediation will be complete prior to freeze-up. Some contaminated areas that are not accessible will have a risk management plan developed that could include ongoing monitoring or fume extraction techniques. These will be identified and quantified at the end of the current project. The recommendation is that council approve $925,000 to complete the remainder of the contaminated site or remediation of the Public Works Yard contaminated soil project, which will reduce the Public Works Yard contaminated site liability from $925,000 to zero. And we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're first on questions.
Yeah, I've got...
Just a second.
I've got several questions. Being more than a little familiar with that property, is the stage mapping indication of the plume that was assessed from the travel of the petrochemical products underground in the geology there?
Yeah, I do have one more slide that I can show that will help a little bit.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because obviously this is an industrial property in a medium industrial location with a large cardlock facility across the street. When you drilled the site back in the initial exploration doing that environmental assessment, did you drill the area out on 88th Avenue to determine that we're not getting cross-contamination from that site? Because I got to imagine that that one's got plume under it. So please show us the map. I'd be curious about that.
So, Your Worship, Councillor Harris, I did bring it up on the screen here now. So the drilling program did go around towards the 88th Avenue side as well. It identified some plume out to that area, but an edge to it, I guess, before it got to where our RV dump is. So those areas will be evaluated at the end of the project to see if that's part of the risk management plan or if we have to do a small dig at that location. And then as well, there's areas under the building that it's assumed if it went from here to there, there's probably areas under the building, and those are the areas as well. They're inaccessible to us, but through risk management and potential extraction techniques, we'll be taking care of those.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this project. I think it just makes eminent sense. But is it really mission critical to remediate a medium industrial site that's going to continue to have some level of contamination with vehicles, oil, gas, that sort of stuff? Is it really mission critical? I know there's a financial imperative to do this because it's on the books, but we're not likely to sell the property. Is that fair assessment?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, while we're unlikely to sell, it does limit what we could do with it in the future. If we chose in 20 years that we had to replace some of the garages or something like that, we would maybe have to deal with it at that point for sure. It also removes that liability of it potentially migrating off site. When we get to the edges of it, we cut it off. There's an impervious geotextile that's put in so that they can't move back and forth through that site after that point.
So what you're suggesting, this is the best alternative to deal with an environmental contamination that ultimately we're responsible for?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, Grant. I think Councillor Harris touched on most of what I wanted to bring up. I perhaps just want to beat it up a bit more, if you will. This was tested, the contamination was first tested in 2014. Is that what I heard you say?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I think in 14, the city was required to identify and start booking the liabilities. So I think we did some work in 2013 and identified some of it,
okay,
yes.
Thank you. So have we done a test this summer it is my understanding that petrochemicals get eaten by various microbes over time. That's why Exxon Valdez that ran aground in Alaska in the ocean, we don't hear about it anymore. Or the Gulf of Mexico disaster where that oil well plumed out gross amounts of oil for months. They gradually disappear naturally. So if I'm correct, and have we tested to see if that's in fact happening? And if the source has been stopped, they should gradually dissipate, right or wrong?
The Worship of Councillor Kelly, I don't know that I can give you a definitive right or wrong on that. Okay. My understanding is once it's locked in the soil, it's going to stay there. And when we do the excavations, we've identified this plume. The excavation goes until it's not there anymore. So if it's a little bit short or a little bit long, they'll grab what's migrated or what maybe has dissipated over a few years.
That drives my next question. So we excavate the contaminated soil. What happens to the contaminated soil?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, it's hauled to an approved landfill site, and they typically will soil farm it. So basically, it's spread out over the ground and turned over a few times a year to let that naturally evaporate. and dissipate.
So then I'm correct. It naturally disappears over
If
time.
it's exposed to the air, it will, yes.
So we're just digging a hole in the ground and refilling it and making it somebody else's problem. And I'm not suggesting that's wrong.
I
don't know what
wouldn't say
else
we're
we
making
do
it somebody
either,
else's
Brent.
problem, but we're dealing with the issue we have in the most responsible way possible.
And it's mission critical, Grant.
I
know
believe
you've
it
been
is
asked
to
that.
remove this liability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. My question just has to do with the costing under financial implications for this. So we've spent some money on phase one. The liability has already been accounted for. We have 1.2 million left to complete this work. So if we don't go ahead with it, that 1.2 can be allocated to, I guess, other public works operations. Is that kind of what would happen?
Your worship, Councillor Nguyen, it would actually still stay in the liability for future work because we would still have this on the books.
Okay. Yeah, good enough. Okay, I'll just leave it there for now. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Grant, the inaccessible sections that you refer to, so they are or aren't part of this work that we're asking for funding for?
Your worship, Councillor Macon, they are in terms of looking to make sure we know what we have to do with them, and I'm hopeful that we'll have the budget at the end of it to do that work as well. That piece it depends on how concentrated it is when you get to those edges where we can't dig anymore to know exactly what we need to do in those sites. So the estimates show that we'll have some money left at the end of this when we do the dig and replace to be able to do some of that work. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to fit that in.
Okay, so when we say that we have the liability is down to zero at the end of it, it may not be depending on if we need to continue to do some work in there. I just want to.
I understand what you're saying. Your worship, the Councillor Macon. So if it takes more money than what we have to book another liability.
Okay.
But this reduces the booked liability we have down to zero.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, and if we were saying it was now zero, then it actually would be, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question that I have, so if this is approved, are you going to go in and do this all at one step? And I ask that because that's pretty well the entire public works yard, so how are you going to manage operations?
Your worship, we've talked to the operation departments in there, and it will be staged through the summer. We won't rip it all out at once. We'll dig an area, a half or a third or whatever it'll be, and then work our way through so that we still have most of the site available at all times. But in talking with them, they would prefer one summer of interference than doing this over 2 or 3 summers, which was what our original plan was.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris?
Grant, one of the options for those, I guess, areas you're talking about you can't get a handle on, you can't get into, are you anticipating installing venting to ultimately continue to vent the areas that maybe are into that peripheral area where you can't excavate, but you ultimately go to what Councillor Kelly was talking about, you vent it and you allow the petrochemicals or the contamination to be exposed to the air that way. Is that part of one of the solutions here?
Your worship, Councillor Harris, it could be. That's part of what we'll have to determine once we know how concentrated it is and what we need to do at those points.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
Make motion?
Yeah, there doesn't... Oh, okay, go. I'll come back. Okay. So you've asked to make the motion. So Councillor Abatoye, and then I'll come back to Councillor...
So I was hoping that my questions was going to get asked or answered, through the conversations. But I'm just going to ask a really basic question because I didn't see that in the RFD. So how did this liability come about? I get there's a contaminated site. I get that, Alberta Safety Codes Authority gave notice. But how did the liability come about? How do you decide how much we'll have in this liability?
I'll hopefully be able to answer this. Your worship, Councillor Abatoye. So when the MGA changed, the city then had to report on potential contaminated sites, and those were the liabilities. We did a drilling program here to identify the extents of what we knew there was going to be some, but extent of what was there. And at that point, an estimate was produced by the company in terms of what it would cost to clean that up. So that's how we quantified the amount of the liability is the cleanup cost.
So we have it was 1.4 million. That was the money put aside, because I see that council approved 500,000 a couple years ago. So that's where I'm not really getting it, because
Your Worship, the Councillor Batoy, so I think over a couple of years in the 2015 range, money from surplus was set aside in a liability, which I don't want to call it a reserve because finance doesn't like when I do that, but it's the same kind of thing, only be used for this project specifically. So in 2021, last year, we came forward for funding to remove the tanks and start that remediation, and then to access that money, and then this is to access the remainder to
so
do the work.
essentially what it is that we put money aside, not in reserves, but let's assume it's in reserves, and we're just asking for approval to take that money to do the work.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Blizzard for the motion.
Sure. I'll make a motion that council approve $925,000 to complete the remainder of the remediation for the Public Works Yard contamination soil project, which will reduce Public Works Yard contaminated site liability from $925,000 to $0.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. Would you like to speak in favor of the motion?
Well, I think in speaking to this, it's just something that needs to be done so that we can get the site cleaned up, and if we need to do buildings or add anything in the future, we're ready for it and don't have to worry about this.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. Not seeing anything on close. You're good. I will close the motion as presented. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you. All right, we're going to move right along. Bylaws 8.1 for business license bylaw for 3 readings. Mr. Morrissey. And Aaron Duncan joining him.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is Mark Morrissey. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the City. And it's my pleasure to present for consideration Bylaw C 2022, which is a refresh of the business license bylaw. And as Mayor Katcher alluded to, joining me is Ms. Erin Duncan, our Economic Development Officer. Not with us, however, is Stacey Osti, who, with our planning department, put a lot of work into refreshing this bylaw. So, just a quick overview of what business licenses are, what they are, and what they are not. I put a lot of effort into trying to convince folks that a business license is not a regulatory tool. A business license, while named a license, is actually a database and a customer management system. So it provides the city with important information on the overall economic health of the city. It provides us with contact information for our business community. And it allows us to do things that we could not do did we not have that system in place. For instance, the Support Your Fort program that we ran during the pandemic, a lot of those initiatives we were able to get out to the business community in a quick fashion because we had the license system. We could easily access contact information, email addresses, phone numbers, and names of business owners within the city. Just last month, we conducted a business survey using a third party, and we were able to provide them with the list of businesses within the city that they could then engage with and do the survey to kind of gauge the economic health. And again, these are things we could not do if we did not have a licensing system. It is a continuously refined process. We're constantly trying to make changes to update the information we collect, how we collect it, and what we do with it. So it is a living and breathing system. And again, we want to make sure it does not become a regulatory roadblock or a tool. As I said, we all saw the instance in 2016 where the city of Ottawa got in a lot of trouble for shutting down a kid's lemonade stand. So just a quick overview of license data. Year to date, we've actually set a record for the number of licenses issued. For a resident business, we're at 1367. That's as of this morning. Which does set a record, as I said, for resident licenses within the city. Now, this is a mix of all businesses, both large, small, and home-based. So in terms of the modifications, between January of March of this year, the department engaged in feedback with the business community, with other departments within the city, to try and understand what changes we could make to the license itself, to the bylaw itself, where we needed to make some modifications. The feedback that we got was fairly expected to be, shall I say. There weren't anything in there that we weren't expecting. So in terms of what we have done to the bylaw itself, most are just textual amendments to reduce ambiguity, increase clarity. There are a number of significant changes, however. We're expanding the exemption for anyone under the age of 18 to include all full-time students. We have removed regulations around pawn shops. In consultation with municipal enforcement, they felt this was the proper move, and a separate pawn shop bylaw will be coming forward at a separate date. We are looking at the creation of a seasonal license, which is probably the largest change to the bylaw itself, and this comes from feedback from the business community as well as administration. A seasonal license, it would actually reduce the amount of staff time that we put into looking at those licenses that don't renew at the end of the year. So there is a number at the end of the year that don't renew because they don't operate in all licenses. Sorry, let me back up for a second. All business licenses in the city expire on December 31st. There are a number of businesses that don't operate until the spring or the summer, so they don't see a need to renew in January. But what ends up happening is the list of businesses that aren't renewed are passed on to municipal enforcement for follow-up, and then they just determine those ones that maybe have a seasonal in nature and therefore will renew when their season opens, or those that are actually operating without a license, or those that have closed. In talking to the business community, a lot of them indicated that this would be a more affordable option and a more attractive option for them as well. We are looking at additional powers to revoke or suspend licenses. Currently, we only have the ability to do that if they do not have a required certificate or permit from the city or another level of government. This just gives the city a little bit of a bit more clout. However, we hope to never have to use it. And then when reviewing the bylaw, we did identify that in the old one, there was an appeal to the SDAB for licenses that have been suspended or revoked. But when we look at the Municipal Government Act, that's actually not permitted. So that section has been removed. And with that, those are kind of a quick overview of the changes that we're proposing. We are recommending that council give all three readings, and we're happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions first. Councillor Macon.
Thank you for your presentation. I love the changes. I just have one question. Why you want to expand the exemption for full-time studies or post-secondary, but I'm just curious, since it is an information gathering tool, why would we not just waive the fee and collect that information rather than say that they don't have to have one? And then at least we'd have their information.
Your Worship, to the Councillor Macon, that is something we did look at, but when we look at kind of what we're trying to achieve here, and that's the reduction of red tape and the removal of bureaucracy for those groups that, particularly for youth and students, having to go through the licensing process was just another, they still would have to do it, and then we would waive the fee. Our preference here is to just tell them, go forth, prosper, and if you need help, we're here for you. And then once you kind of hit, you're not a student anymore, you hit 18, we're happy to issue you a license at that point in time. So it really was just about reducing the legislative and regulatory burden for them.
Sorry, just to clarify a comment you just made, this exemption is more for people in post-secondary, so you're not talking about under 18 with this?
No, through your worship, we're the under 18 exemption, we're expanding that is what we're proposing. So anybody who is a full-time student would not require a business license either.
A full-time student at a post-secondary, so
Correct.
You're just talking about like a 5-month period?
Correct. Well, if they're a full-time student within that license year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation today. My question has to do with the graph that you showed us, and I don't know where else I'd ask this question, although it might not have to do with directly with the motion, the amendments to this business license. So we have non-resident business license being issued in around the half mark. So there are several, contractors come into Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm sure plenty don't have a business license in Fort Saskatchewan to operate, and they're privy to use waste transfer station, so on and so forth. I'm sure the residents that hire these type of people to come in from out of Fort Saskatchewan, would not report them as not, and are not checking if they have a business license. Do we have any measures in place to ensure that people operating in Fort Saskatchewan do indeed have business licenses for renovators or roofers and these types of industries?
For sure, Your Worship, to the Councillor Nguyen, it is mostly a complaints-based system, like any real city regulatory process. So if a resident has contracted an outside business that does not have a license, it is difficult to capture that. Enforcement does have some of their means. I'm not privy to how they track them down, but I do know they do track a number down per year. Our compliance rate with our non-resident businesses, particularly the one that do repeat business here in the city, is quite high. So they're more than happy to continue to come back, and it's good information for us to capture as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is a good number that shows some good reporting, and then that people are actually respecting the business license requirement. So,
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Thanks for your presentation and all the information. It says the pawn shops don't need, or you're changing it because they've got a separate bylaw, but they still do need a business license?
Your Worship, to the Council Blizzard, yes, they would still require a business license. However, the regulations would not be contained in this bylaw. They would be contained within the pawn shop bylaw. They would still be required to adhere to all city bylaws.
Okay, good. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. So I think part of the things I said has been changed is that you've removed the appeal to the SDAB. So what options do people have to appeal? Like, are there any options for dispute resolution or anything like that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, the only one that comes to mind would be to come to council and appeal that in that manner, and council could direct administration accordingly. However, I don't see that being an issue. In the 8 years that I've been here, we've never revoked or suspended a license. We've never had to come to that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My second question is, so you had mentioned that 10% of the funds from this goes into a reserve. What is the other 90%? What do you use for the other 90%? And just a quick summary. I don't need
Sure,
a lot of
Your
details.
Worship, to the Councillor Batoy, the remainder of the business license revenue does come to the department as operational revenue, which does offset our costs in terms of hiring staff, providing those other services that we do use to support the business community.
Okay.
We can confidently say that 100% of business license revenue is used to support businesses within the city.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got one question on the student one as well. So you're in the bylaw, it says full-time students. So students go from what, September to April, but then they have April through August. So what if they're operating a business, a seasonal landscaping business or painting business that's in direct competition with regular businesses?
Through to Your Worship, that's a situation I think that can come up. However, again, the intent here is to create entrepreneurs, to create business owners, to really encourage them. So I don't see that being a bad thing. If they are able to demonstrate or produce a letter from a post-secondary institution that they are registered in full-time studies, I would still be comfortable waiving the fee or waiving the license requirement.
So when they come to April, they have to have proof then if they're going to work for those for however many months that they're actually registered somewhere for the fall?
Through to Your Worship, I would say yes. It may be difficult to come back afterwards, particularly if they change their mind in August and say, I'm not going back to school. If they continue to operate, we could then follow up with a license at that point. But I think if they were able to produce one in April saying they were a full-time student for that semester, that would be sufficient for our records.
Okay, and then just re-clarifying Councillor Macon's question. So would they still be required to get a $0 one because you're saying it's database that you're after as opposed to just
Through to your worship, no. We would exempt them from requiring to have a license. And again, it's to encourage entrepreneurship and business ownership. The number that we would exempt would not be statistically relevant to the database itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. I'm just thinking as I listen to all of the questions, Mark, resident businesses need a license. I think that's a given. What about Amazon that sells, I don't know how many millions of pounds of stuff into Fort Saskatchewan every year? Do they need a business license?
Your worship, to the Councillor Kelly, this comes up every single year when we look at the license bylaw. The same thing with out-of-town taxi operators, delivery trucks.
And really, my next question would be that sort of person. So go ahead with your response, please.
We have ultimately decided that no, those would not be required to have a license as they are providing, particularly taxi operators from outside of the city, as they were providing a service. The one thing that constantly comes up is, well, if the taxi needs a license and they won't come into the city, are we going to get taxi companies that refuse to drive and somebody's going to drive into the city intoxicated? So those are the types of things that we look at. Capturing those users is going to be exceedingly difficult. They're only in town for mere moments and gone. So it comes down to an enforcement issue. So we've kind of decided that no, those are not the types of licenses that we would try and chase.
And I agree. If in fact every municipality did that, running any sort of businesses in this day and age would be a physical impossibility.
Correct.
So I appreciate your answer. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There doesn't appear to be any other questions. Motion? Let's see who gets her finger. Councillor Nguyen.
So I'll make the motion that council gives first reading to business license bylaw C20-22, which repeals business license bylaw C9-16.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yeah, I'll just say I think it's a potentially evolution of this document. We're learning as we go. I think a lot of work has been done by in collaboration with between departments to ensure that this is. It gives an opportunity for entrepreneurship and also helps reduce red tape for businesses within Fort Saskatchewan. I think it's good to have policy and to get a good understanding of why our business license bylaw exists. So thank you for your presentation. I do support the motion.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now open for discussion and debate. Not seeing anything. Anything on close, Councillor Nguyen?
Nothing to add.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to just leave your mic on, so just, all right. So the motion is now closed for first reading. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed.
I'll move that council give second reading to business license bylaw C20-22, which repeals business license bylaw C9-16.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
There's no further wisdom at the moment.
Thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Not seeing anything on close?
Nothing on close.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. Would you like to present it for unanimous consent?
I believe we have so there's 4 motions, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting confused now. I move that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading to business license bylaw C20-22, which repeals business license bylaw C9-19.
Thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. That is carried unanimously. You may proceed with third.
I move that council give third reading to business license bylaw C20-22, which repeals business license bylaw C9-16.
Thank you. Anything further on speaking in favor?
Nothing to add. Thanks for being here today.
All right. Anything on discussion and debate? I'll just say thank you to Mark and Aaron and Stacy for all the work. I know these bylaws take a lot of time and energy to write them, and there's always something happening as it is a moving document. So good job. Anything on close, Councillor Nguyen?
Nothing on close.
Thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next one, bylaw C21-22, to amend the user fees, rates, and charges bylaw C31-21, economic development fees, for 3 readings.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, for those watching on YouTube, my name is Mark Morrissey, Director of Economic Development for the City. Joining me is Ms. Erin Duncan, our Economic Development Officer. Tonight we are presenting bylaw C21-22, amending fees and charges bylaw for economic development. The fees and charges that we are proposing to amend are the application fee for Heartland Incentive Program, the application fee for brownfield tax exemptions, the application fee for downtown development grants, both of those approved by Council recently, and of course the introduction of a seasonal business license fee as was just approved by Council. So diving into the first one, the Heartland Incentive Fee, we are proposing $5,000 per application. The rationale behind this is this will be the same fee charged by other AIHA municipalities in the region for the similar program for those that have adopted it. It is contained in the Regional Heartland Incentive Program policy that was developed prior to passing of that bylaw in 2020 or 2021, I believe. The second one is the brownfield tax exemption, and third one is the downtown development grant. We are proposing $1,500 per application. The rationale is based on the cost that it was anticipated to be review and report, to review the application and the reporting for applications that come in. The calculations are there on the screen in front of you. So we're looking at approximately 26 hours of staff time at an average rate of $55 per hour. And again, these are split between the time it takes to review and then, of course, the time for review, the report, and documentation. This does not take into account staff time spent in the pre-application where we're working with the proposed proponents themselves. And then finally, the seasonal license fee, we are proposing it be a 50% of the current license fee for resident and for non-resident. So for resident business licenses for a season would be $50 and $165 for non-resident. Again, the rationale being that these are more affordable options for those businesses that only operate for a portion of the year. However, at this rate, it does prevent that abuse that we would tend to see from some owners. Of course, nobody in Fort Saskatchewan, but anybody who's looking for a couple of consecutive licenses, essentially it's just going to be the same fee. So if we did have a business come in and say, you know what, I do need a second seasonal license, we charge them the extra 50% and issue them a license that's valid for the rest of the year. So again, it's just reducing that administrative burden. So the recommendation is that Council give 3 readings to bylaw C21-22, and I'm happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to any questions. Councillor Kelly.
Thanks, Mark. You referenced on one of your slides the time commitment to process either the brownfield or the downtown development. There we are. And you made the comment, though, that it didn't include the time staff would spend prior to the application. But the only way you would spend that time prior to the application is if those people those investors showed an interest in doing something in the community.
Correct.
And that is your job.
Correct.
Okay. I'm glad we agree. So why all of a sudden through this would we start to charge our business community for your department doing its job?
Your Worship, to the Councillor Kelly, that's an excellent question. And it is one that I do wrestle with myself at times. However, when we look at the the actual commitment to review these applications. It's not just our department. It will be legislative services, planning, finance, and ourselves. So there will be, at minimum, a 4-person committee reviewing applications that come in. And because we're putting that extra effort in pre-application stage, the time it takes to review an application is, for a 4-person committee, is only 2 to 3 hours on average. Sometimes it's quite quick. And then sometimes it actually can get quite lengthy in terms of the discussion. So if it were just our department making the review, absolutely, I would agree with you. But because we have other departments whose primary purpose is not to support, or whose primary purpose is not to work with the business community on this, we felt it prudent. However, if council feels that, at least at the application stage, this is not necessary, it can be adjusted.
What departments would get involved with an application for development and a grant that is associated with that, but not get involved with the application for development without the grant? In other words, what does the grant bring that's unique to the time commitment to the city?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, so planning and economic development would be involved irregardless, even though I don't think that's a word, I apologize. When we look at legislative services in terms of the program agreements, as well as the expertise from the finance department to look at kind of those documents, those financial statements, to determine what the capital costs will be, what the calculations will be. When we look at bringing those level of expertise in, finance and ledge services typically aren't involved with the development conversations. So those would be the expertise that's brought in at that point, that's not brought in when we just handle a traditional development.
And finance and ledge services would be expected. Let's take a very basic example. 6 to 8 unit apartment complex or condo complex in downtown core. How much time would you think that ledge services and finance would have to spend on reviewing whatever they review for that?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, if it were not applying for a grant, no time. If they were applying for a grant or an incentive, our estimate would be 2 to 3 hours in terms of, and that would be spent on reviewing the documentation that was submitted with the application, drafting the actual program agreement itself, or issuing the tax certificate itself.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Councillor Macon.
Thank you. And this question, I think, is probably more to Mr. Fleming. So when we did our water line, I remember our group paid a huge fee for getting that process started. I think it was $2,500. And when we questioned, like, what is $2,500? It was attributed to staff time. So I'm assuming then, it's pretty common practice that a lot of our permits for this type of work and across the board are developed with staff time as a big factor. What did you say that's typical practice for it?
Yeah, through your worship, I might make more of a mess of this than clarifying it, but really it sort of, in a way, attributes where you want to allocate the cost to. So with a fee like this, so if a proponent comes in and applies for the grant and their grant is successful and they end up getting a fairly substantial tax abatement from the city, or a grant, say, the $1,500 within their business case would really just come out of the grant. Think of it as a $1,500 reduction in their grant to offset the staff costs. If somebody comes in and applies for a grant and they're not successful, they applied for a grant that they weren't eligible for, and it chewed up a bunch of costs. The question is, who should pay for that cost when somebody applies for a grant that they're not eligible for? So having the fee puts the onus on the applicants to make sure that they are eligible and they're submitting good applications.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I struggle with the brownfield tax exemption fee and downtown development grant, and perhaps the same line of thinking as you, Mr. Morrissey. It's a bit of a moral dilemma, perhaps.
Good question.
Oh, yeah, this is the background to the question. So, do you think that a small-scale developer, such as Councillor Kelly mentioned, could be very deterred by this fee, as it's a pre-startup cost, right? So, is that what kind of how we're looking at this? And if we wanted to change that, that's the optic?
Your Worship, to the Councillor Nguyen, it's hard to answer that question because it really will depend on the project. So for a building that's 65 units, when you start looking at construction costs, labor, materials, engineering, 1,500 is not a significant amount. If you are looking at a much smaller development, in that 3 to 4 unit range, then it again, it's kind of that economies of scale. So it could be a deterrent. I'd like to think it wouldn't be, but I'm very prepared to be wrong because I'm not a developer. In terms of, could council or is there an opportunity to reduce the fee? Absolutely. It's entirely up to council if you'd like to remove part of it or reduce it down. It is council's prerogative. For us, the work really isn't going to change. So.
And would you say that's the only risk in having it high, if we're going to say 1,500 is high, is potentially not attracting those developers? Or are there other things to consider?
Your Worship, to the Councillor Nguyen, in terms of, will this be a significant deterrent? I don't believe so. Is it the only risk we face? I think the overall project economics in downtown are probably a greater risk. Will 1,500 push it too far to the brink? Again, that's difficult to answer without knowing the scale of the project itself. So
fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Applying for a grant is not applying for a permit. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Thank you. So just to clear the air on Councillor Macon's questions, the waterline permit was permission to do something. The permission to do something comes with the building permit, correct?
Correct.
This is applying for a grant, an incentive program that administration and council work together to put in place, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Yeah, I think I made it clear the last time we talked about this that I wasn't really excited about the idea of introducing these fees, but I feel like where I find this, but my question though is, so the plan is to bring this bylaws every year for review to council, right?
Your Worship, to the Councillor Abatoye, yes, administration would bring back annual reports in terms of uptake on the program.
Okay, so I feel like because it's a new program. Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, further question?
I do, thank you. I meant to ask it and I forgot the last time around, Mark. Or Mr. Fleming. Are there any other grant programs that the city authorizes, funds, or produces where we would expect the applicant to give us a $1,500 fee ahead of time?
Through your worship, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but so yeah.
So the grants that come as part of our annual budget process, and I think they total, trust in my memory, 300 and some thousand bucks or something like that, taking the library out of the equation. There's no fee attached to those.
Through your worship, not to my knowledge, no.
And they do require staff time, Mr. Fleming.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question. I'm not sure. The Heartland Incentive Grant, because we do that as a through the Alberta's Industrial Heartland, that's where the overarching is written, and that grant talks about the fact that there will be an application fee.
Through your worship, yes, the policy that was developed with our partners at AIHA and with AIHA does say that an application fee will be collected. All other municipalities will charge the same fee.
Okay, so that one, I guess I would ask, in your opinion then, that one should not be excluded out of this one because we're trying to follow policy?
Through your worship, that would be our recommendation from administration is to not exclude that one. Given the size and scale of that program, there is a significant amount of staff time that would be involved. If you're looking at a major announcement or a major project like Dow's, as we heard this evening, there's a lot of staff time that will go into that calculation and those reviews. So we would strongly recommend we don't exclude that one. And when we look at other comparable programs of that size and scale, application fees are a fairly standard thing.
Okay, and last question. So this is an actual application fee that you're asking for, and you basically, did you derive it basically because of the policy that came out of like Heartland Incentive One that there should be a fee attached to something?
Through to your worship, that was one of the rationales that we used. Was we were looking at the Heartland Incentive Program as a similar one. The reason we did propose an application fee for these in particular, as opposed to say the small business grants, which Councillor Kelly referred to earlier, is the amounts of the small business grants are significantly lower. Therefore, the amount of staff time tends to be lower. It's not always the case, but it does tend to be lower because of the smaller scale and nature. For that, the size and scale of this one is why we did propose an application fee. However, if council thinks we don't need one, again, the work for us is not going to change. So,
okay, thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
Can you give me an estimate of what the amounts are that we are exempting? Like just a quick estimate.
Your worship, to the Councillor Abatoye, I'd have to recall my notes from the previous presentation, but it could range anywhere from, I think the high side of the estimate that we used was a $400,000 grant or exemption in taxes to as low as around 70,000. But I'd have to go back and reconfirm with my notes.
All right, thank you. I'll put the motion on the floor, and if anyone wants to bring in amendments, but I'll put the first motion on the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll make a motion that council gives first reading to bylaw C21-22, which amends user fees, rates, and charges bylaw C31-21.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. When I was reading this RFD, I was like, oh, gee, the Economic Development Department have been very busy. It's been from one bylaw policies to the other. So well done, you guys, for all your hard work. And it's obvious that you've been looking for innovative and creative ways to work with our business community, and so kudos to you guys. And then to the fees, I honestly don't really agree with charging application fees for the Heartland, I don't remember what they are now, the tax exemption one and the grants one. But I also do know that we're going to be reviewing this every year. So maybe that'll be an opportunity for us, because it will be much more difficult to go, okay, there are no fees and then introduce fees later in the future. Than, introduce fees in the beginning and then see maybe it makes sense to waive it after 1 year. So I'll be okay with the way as it stands, but see if anyone wants to bring an amending motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We're on discussion and debate. Councillor Kelly.
I do want to make a referral motion, definitely, but I'll wait around if council wishes.
Okay. All right, I'll come back to you then, Councillor Macon, on the motion.
Thank you. I do support this motion. I do think that these are serious exemptions that we are handing out to these projects, and I believe that requires serious applicants and it takes up a lot of staff time. So I do appreciate the need for having these fees as the ability for us to hopefully get serious applicants that come use our staff time efficiently. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to say for now. I'll just wait to see if there's amendments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, I'm going to support this motion. I like it the way it is. I like the idea of having some fees for the reasons just stated by Councillor Macon and Councillor Abatoye. I like that the idea of if nobody comes forward and we're still trying to get this to work, maybe we can remove them. But let's see what happens in the next year or even 2 years, because it might be take a little while. But yeah, I think there's some fee to make sure that the people are serious. They're not just throwing their name in a hat and causing lots of staff work for something that maybe they're just kind of putting feelers out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, are you still on the waiting for the referral, or are you on debate right now? Because I just need to know which one to put on first.
I can be either because I have questions, so I can do it now or later.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Harris and then I'll come to you, okay? Go ahead.
I'll support the motion. I firmly support fees to recover costs to do work. We could just give everything away and just collect more taxes on an annual basis. But we have user fees for a particular purpose, and I'm not opposed to these. I think that a reasonable fee is something that is a cost of doing business, both for applicants and for the city. So as long as we're convinced that our fees are appropriate to the extent of work required to do the work, then I'll support it on that basis.
Okay, thank you. I'll support the motion as well, and I ditto the comments. I think if people are making an application, it's a small price if they're actually getting an exemption from 70,000 to 400,000. And I do agree it does take a lot of staff time and effort. And it's not just the one time, because it's about following it through for the life of the exemption, because it's keeping record of that, and finance is going to have to stay on top of that for whatever the time period is. So I think a small fee is acceptable, and I think if they're truly serious, it's not going to be an issue for them. Not if they are a reputable developer that's going to be in our community, so I will accept that. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. Mark, several of my fellow councillors have expressed some concern over the amount of time you would spend with tire kickers. I'm certain that your department would learn very quickly how to screen applicants and that you wouldn't waste time on applicants that had no merit. Would that be a fair statement?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, it's amazing how fast you can weed those out.
So and I'm sure you can, and I would expect you to. So we're really then talking about, excuse me, the time it takes your department to screen reasonable applications, or applications that look sound, at least until you start walking through the process.
Correct.
That is what your department is there to do. Is that not right?
Correct.
And back to the graph or chart you had on the table, the extra time for other departments ran 2 to 3 hours for a modest proposal, 2 to 3 hours for lead service and finance. So 6 hours sort of maximum for those two departments.
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, that would be correct.
That would be correct. So at that rate, we're charging $250 an hour because you guys are already just there to do your job.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. My motion, Mayor Katcher, will be to refer this back to administration to amend the proposed bylaw to remove the brownfield tax incentive program and the downtown development grant program. In other words, simply write one around the Heartland incentive program, because based on what I heard tonight, we have to have that. I think, I shouldn't say I think, I assure you, Councillor Harris, that I support the user pay model. There's no question, much stronger than anybody else probably in this room. But when we're offering a grant program to entice people to come to the community and invest in our community, I think the last conversation we want to have is, yeah, I can spend a couple hours with you, but you know, you're going to have to write me a $1,500 check to show that you're serious. I know you wouldn't do that, Mark. I know you're going to put the time in anyway. So the $1,500 is okay, you're all approved and you're ready to go, but before I can sign on the dotted line, yeah, I need you to write me a $1,500 check. That's what it's going to be, correct? Pretty much. I know how you do your work. Your department does your work. So the fee doesn't save you any time. I know you're going to screen. we will waste some time, but that's because we as a community wanted to have, or we as a council wanted to have, an incentive program to accomplish some things. That will take some commitment and some time. Absolutely. We're trying to get something achieved. I logically, theoretically, and practically, based on what we've just talked about, this fee is redundant, ought not to be charged, and in fact is retrogressive and will serve as a disincentive, even if it's a small disincentive, will serve to color the application process negatively. And I want to avoid that because I want people to come to our community, take advantage of these programs because we've determined we have an absolute need for them in our community. I've said my piece. Mayor Katcher, you've got my notice of motion, or pardon me, my referral motion.
Okay, I'm just looking to Jennifer, so she needs to type that up. So it's referred to administration to bring back revised bylaw with the removal of Brownfield Incentive Program and Downtown Development Grant Program. Do you have a time frame?
No, I don't. I'm good with whenever you get it back.
Okay, there needs to be a time frame associated.
Through to your worship, at the risk of really annoying my colleagues in Ledge Services and LT, this is not a hard amendment. It can be back at the next regular council meeting, assuming
in 2 weeks.
And I can feel the lasers on the back of my head. Assuming it's can be fit into the agenda, it's not a difficult amendment.
Okay, so for by the June, whatever the June meeting date is, I think that's the 28th.
If this motion passes.
If it passes. Okay.
Then the only thing we would need it for is the Heartland Incentive Program. So when Mr. Morrissey would be anticipating needing the Heartland Incentive Program?
Okay, I'm just trying to help Jennifer get the bylaw written, or the motion written, and then on the referral it is open for discussion and debate, and I do have somebody weighing in for discussion and debate. So I'll give Jennifer a moment to try and type that up. In the meantime, we can go on with discussion and debate only on the referral motion, and this is to refer it to the June 28th meeting, I think it is, and to remove those two items. So that's all we're discussing is the referral motion. Councillor Macon?
I'm very confused right now from, I guess, what we're hearing from administration, because I'm sitting here with a report that tells me how much staff time it takes, and that's the reason why these numbers are put in place. And then you're answering to Councillor Kelly and saying something different. So I'm frustrated. I feel like fine. I'm okay with the referral motion at this point. However, when that comes back, I'd like the option, as we are being presented with today, to be on that motion as well.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, I'll just add, with very clear administrative position on the time commitment and why the grant has been being suggested. I mean the fee, not the grant.
Okay, thank you. So we're only dealing with referral motion at this time. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted now too. So I see that there's pros and cons of both of these, and it could go either way in our favor or not for attracting development to our downtown. I think with the scale of the potential, and I'm glad you recalled those numbers roughly, the scale of the potential grants or tax exemptions, I think a fee is very reasonable. I think if we could reduce it a little bit, even that might be helpful or more enticing. I guess my question then, which we're not on questions right now, however, do maybe similar sized communities have these types of incentives as a user fee model, or including a user fee model?
Your worship, to the Councillor Nguyen, in our discussions with other municipalities, none of them mentioned they have an application fee themselves.
Okay.
My understanding is it is a bit of a mix. I have seen posted to their websites that some have fees, others they don't make a statement to that regard. It is
Right.
something we can include in the report back to council.
Okay.
And that's a municipal decision. So I think the biggest risk right now, in my perspective, is that if we implement a fee to begin with, that as the motion
This
is
on the referral.
right, yeah. So yeah, and this is addressing the referral motion, I believe. So if we waive the fee, then that word could spread around the development community. Whereas if we have the fee originally or initially, then that news could spread, and it's harder to attract if that is a deterring factor. So those are my comments, I think, and I do appreciate Councillor Makin's first perspective on this, and thought I had my mind made up at that time, but.
Okay, thank you. So on the referral only, I don't support the referral. We had this discussion at the previous meeting. There was a referral motion put on at that point in time that did fail, and I know it wasn't as specific as this, but there were comments made to that. I believe it's a good bylaw. I think it's a solid bylaw, and I do believe it should be dealt with now if we're going to move things along. So I won't support referring this even for 2 more weeks to remove those items from the bylaw. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. Actually, don't remember doing the referral motion on this one at the last council meeting. However, I support the referral motion because, I think I made my position clear about not really supporting the fees. But it would be nice to come forward and bring the options for us to see, side by side. And you know what? Maybe even the third option, a reduced fee. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
This is a question through to Ms. Moulter. Wouldn't it be easier just to consider an amendment to the bylaw that's on the table and consider that from the standpoint of removing the fees relative to either one of these two things that Councillor Kelly wants to refer back to administration? This is just another example where we just can't get our act together to make decisions and move forward. So we're either going to amend the bylaw, remove the fee, because I'm not sure what the heck you're going to bring back. What are you going to bring back, a new bylaw with those two removed? And then we're going to be back to the table of determining what do we put in, what do we take out? That's just confusing. So I would suggest that the referral motion, I won't support the referral motion. If we want to remove those from the current bylaw, let's move motions to amend the bylaw accordingly. So, Ms. Moulter, what's your response to that?
Ms. Moulter.
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, that's absolutely an option. It's up to council how you wish to proceed, but that does allow you to address the questions right here.
Well, that's my preference, and so I won't support the referral on that basis, but I get what where you're coming from, Councillor Kelly. I would rather see you move motions to amendments to the bylaw that's in front of us tonight. Let's get it done. Let's vote on it and be done with it.
Okay, thank you. So you do have a motion to refer. You have an option to withdraw that and put an amending motion on. What would you like to do? Oh, push the button.
Ms. Mulder, did I hear you correctly that it would be easier for your department to simply look at a motion tonight that said remove these two programs?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, it is not a preference to us from an ease perspective. It may be clearer to deal with it tonight, to make that amendment, have that discussion, rather than have
just a
administration go away.
I want to be clear. You're looking at it from an ease of council's perspective.
Well, just getting on and doing business.
And I was assuming you were talking about a simple way to deal with it from an administrative perspective.
Okay, it's actually it's the same thing. I mean, basically making an amending motion to remove each one of those could be put forward, and we would deal with the amendment. If they pass, it's the same thing.
If it's the same thing and you'll accept it, then I will withdraw and I will want the mic to make the follow-up motion.
Okay, so Councillor Kelly is withdrawing the referral motion, and you have the mic to put on an amending motion.
All right. I would like to amend the motion.
So it would be amending bylaw C21-22 to remove those two items.
But we don't have a bylaw C2122 yet.
Are we just on first? Oh, we're on first reading.
Just yeah, I got the wrong one too. Yeah, we're just on. We're on first reading.
So we're on first reading, Ms. Moulter. So typically, as we always say, we do first reading and then we do an amendment.
That is correct.
You and I have butted heads on this before. I want the mic back after first reading, Mayor
Okay,
Catcher.
I will bring it back to you after first reading.
Thank you.
So is there any, okay, so he's withdrawn. So we're back on to the first reading motion, okay, as presented. Councillor Harris, anything further on first reading?
No, we just need to get things done. Some people support removing the fee, some people don't. Let's deal with it, and then we will amend the bylaw or not, and we'll move forward tonight. This just goes back to administration. They fool around with it for a few more hours, and then it comes back again. So let's just move on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you put the motion on for first reading. Do you want to close on first reading?
Nothing further. Let's just vote.
Okay, thank you. So the motion for first reading is now closed. Please cast your vote.
We're just waiting on Councillor Abatoye.
Okay, that is carried 5-2. So I will have you put second reading on, and then I will go to Councillor Kelly to put an amendment on. Well, you put second reading on, and then before it goes on, then he will make a motion to amend, and then we will decide on the amendment. Oh, you have to push your button. Go ahead.
Okay, it gets more complicated. The council gives second reading to bylaw C21-22, which amends user fees, rates, and charges bylaw C31-21.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to Councillor Kelly because I know you want to put an amending motion on.
Thank you. Yes, I move that bylaw C21-22 be amended by deleting reference to Brownfield Tax Incentive Program and Downtown Development Grant Program.
Okay, thank you. I'll just give her a second. Do you have anything further to speak in favor?
I don't. I think we beat it up pretty hard the last 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that motion, okay, we'll just, okay, thank you. So that motion is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Harris?
So then to Ms. Moulter, so that means we would be removing in section 2.2 the last two lines, and that's all the amendment that would take place should this resolution proceed. And that's the essence of what this resolution does.
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, I don't have the bylaw right in front of me. Perhaps Mr. Morrissey could confirm, but it would be just the reference to those two fees.
Do you not have our agenda package in front of you?
I do not have it right in front of me, no.
Okay, well, that my reading is what we are voting on here, effectively.
Okay, actually, it's the motion that it sits is just fine that way. Otherwise, we have to go into section 2.2. We would have to add section 2.2, and then we would have to refer to each one of those. But the motion, the way it sits, actually would just remove those two from it.
I was just looking for the practical outcome of this is that those two lines get removed with the passage of this particular motion.
And that's what this motion will do.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification from the chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion and debate? Repeat this up. Councillor Kelly, anything on close?
Only to repeat myself a little bit. We want the serious tire kickers in Mark's office. He will, with his years of experience, weed out the best of the serious ones, and I know you will spend most of your time on the ones that have merit. We wouldn't collect the fee up front on that time anyway, because they wouldn't pay it just to talk to you. So there's really, I'm not arguing that by the time you're done with the process that you will have spent that time. But you would spend that time anyway. That's really what I'm driving at. The grant process itself doesn't add a whole ton of time to your office. It adds some time to some other departments, but not so much to yours. I don't think it's necessary. And I keep coming back when I look at this program to council's motivation at the start. And the motivation is to have a grant program to try to encourage some serious stuff to happen in either damaged real estate or an area of town that needs some focus. And I fail to see the benefits of doing anything to detract from that focus. I really do. I think we're going to revisit this program every year. I hope I'm dead wrong, but I do think that we're going to find that it's not going to work the way we hope it does. And I hope I'm wrong. I truly do. Let's leave it at that for now and call the question, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, thank you. The amending motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. Is your computer not working?
I'm sitting here with my hand in the air for a reason.
Motion is carried 4-3. So then we'll go back to the main motion, which would be second reading as amended. Don't look surprised, Ms. Duncan. That's the process. So we're on second reading as amended. Okay, so is there anything further on second reading? I'm actually still, okay, thank you. Okay, so, all right, thank you. So you were good, so I'll close the motion for second reading as amended. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried 4-3. You may present it for unanimous consent.
We have a confused council.
That's fine, it passed.
Go ahead for unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent. That council provides unanimous consent to proceed with third and final reading to bylaw C21-22, which amends user fees, rates, and charges bylaw C31-21.
Okay, thank you. Although I don't support this motion, I will give it the nod just to get it moving through. I don't like to be malicious or, but I really do not support this the way it's now presented, but it's better to get business done with. So, Councillor Harris?
Yeah, I was going to point that out, that I would hope that we don't play silly bugger on this thing and just move it along. We've had a good, fulsome discussion on both sides of the issue, and I just wanted to see, let's move on, let's deal with business when it's in front of us, good or bad, and I'm glad we're doing that, so thank you.
Thank you. This is only on the unanimous consent. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I agree with what was said here, and I think a key takeaway from this, for me at least, and hopefully for your department, is that we can say that we did our best to make every incentive possible for for the
This
developing
is
our
on
downtown.
just unanimous consent. You can make your comments on third.
After fourth?
Third.
Oh.
This is just being presented for unanimous consent.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I would only made my comments about unanimous consent because even though I don't believe in it and I could vote against it and potentially delay this till June 28th, personally I won't. And that's why I made those comments in case anybody else wants to delay it. So Councillor Abatoye, close on unanimous consent. Oh shoot, just push your button again. Okay, the motion is now closed for unanimous consent. Please cast your motion, or please cast your vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously, and you may proceed with third. And at that point in time, Councillor Nguyen, if once she's done that, if you have more you'd like to say, I will invite you. Go ahead.
That council give third reading to bylaw C21-22, which amends user fees, rates, and charges bylaw C31-21.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything to speak in favor?
Yeah, I mean, just that I really hope that, we see a lot of movement around the downtown as a result of this. Well, not the fees, obviously, but as a result of the new programs that have been introduced.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to leave your mic on, okay? Councillor Nguyen, for discussion and debate, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to my previous comments that I think it would be easier moving forward if we do get an overwhelming amount of applications for brownfield tax exemption or the grant program to add a fee at a later date instead of having to go backwards when certain developers have already paid a fee and then future developers are potentially not having to pay a fee. So I think this is a good starting point, and hopefully, yes, we can all say that we've done everything possible to incentivize that downtown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll continue not to support this. I fully believe that there should be a fee associated with it because, and I do hope lots of people come out and make application for it. But as I said before, it's the longevity of it. And I know we talk about planning, we talk about Mr. Morrissey's time, but we talk about finance has to track this, and then there has to be motions, there has to be reporting back. Everything takes time. And I'm hoping that we do get lots of development, but I still don't support it the way this is. So I'm good. Councillor Abatoye on close.
Sorry, just a quick question I forgot to ask is, so aren't the business licenses, aren't they prorated? So like if just to the seasonal fees, like if someone was to maybe get their license in the middle of the year, isn't it prorated?
Your Worship, the Councillor Abatoye, it's prorated if it's your first license.
Or just your first license? Oh, so you want to apply? Okay. Just on close, I really think that council has made the right decision on cancelling the fees for now, because we're trying to attract people to the downtown area to come and develop some land, and like as it's been said, it's just one extra step to say, hey, it would be nice to have you guys here to come do some work, and so I absolutely support the motion.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed for third. Please cast your vote. Oh, shoot. Can I pull mine back? No. I meant to vote no.
I can cancel the vote and we can vote again.
No, don't cancel the vote.
Or I can make it in the minutes that you.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
Just put an oops beside you.
Just leave it. There should be a 2-second being able to pull this out. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Anyway, point of order, everybody. I messed up. I admit to messing up. It should have been a 5-2, but it's a 6-1. So it's fine. Wait till 9 o'clock when we get out of here and then we'll see. All right. Okay, you are done. Thank you very much. And that's what having democracy is all about, even if you vote the wrong way. All right, we will move. Everybody's okay, or do you need a 5-minute break? Okay, it's 6:53, so 7 minutes to 7 o'clock. We will recess. Okay, we will resume the meeting, and the next item we have is bylaw C22-22 to amend land use bylaw C23-20. We have Mandy Chan and Shri Shindi presenting. So welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Shri Shinde. I'm the manager of current and long range planning. With me today is Ms. Mandy Chan, planner with Planning and Development, and she'll be presenting bylaw C2222 for the first reading. Over to you, Mandy.
Good evening, Your Worships and members of Council. I am here to present to you the bylaw C22-22 that redistrict lands in Salford Meadows Stage 9. The land to be redistricted are in the Salford Meadow community of the Salford neighborhood, which is indicated with the star on the slide here. This redistricting application was submitted by Altera Engineering Limited on behalf of Salford Development Corporation. Bylaw C22-22 redistrict lands as RC Comprehensively Planned Residential District and R1 Single Detached Residential District. The Salford Meadows Stage 9 redistrict complies with the city's planning policy as outlined in the city's Municipal Development Plan, R4 Our Future. The Municipal Development Plan designates this area as developing neighborhoods. It further articulates objectives for development neighborhoods and sets the directions for the area structure plans. The Salford Area Structure Plan designates this area as low-density residential, as shown in yellow. Low-density residential developments typically include single-detached housing, semi-detached housing, and multi-attached housing. This higher-level plan identifies general area for residential, commercials, parks, and collector roads. The Salford Ridge Meadows Outline Plan designates this area as low-density residential, as shown in light yellow. The outline plan indicates details such as block configurations, local road, lane, and walkway locations, and more articulated areas for parks, utilities, and institutional use. The land shown in yellow here will be rezoned to R1, Single Detached Residential District. The land shown in orange will be rezoned to RC, Comprehensive Planned Residential District. Salford Meadows Stage 9 is intended to be developed in 2023. Servicing is readily available and underground utilities and roads from existing adjacent stages can be extended. Once Council gives first reading to the bylaw C22-22, a public hearing will be advertised as per the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. A copy of the proposed bylaw will be made available on the city's website. The advertisements will be placed in the For Saskatchewan records for 2 consecutive weeks. Landowners within 100 meters of the property will be mailed a notice. And lastly, the target date of the public hearing is July 5th, 2022. At this time, I would like to answer any question that Council may have for administration.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Harris first.
Looking at the map that you have, I think it's in Appendix D, which shows that area. I have a general question. Right now, South Ridge Boulevard intersects South Fort Drive, and I believe the developer has framed out or fleshed out the alignment of the continuation of South Ridge Boulevard. Do you have any indication, if we approve this eventually, whether South Ridge Boulevard will be connected to Greenfield Link as shown on this appendix? I'm curious about the timing of the development of that roadway, because it's a major roadway into that area, in and out.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Harris, there would be another 2 more subdivisions before that South Ridge Boulevard will be extended.
Any idea of the timing on that?
Earliest would be 2023 if everything goes as planned.
Okay, so the developer's already constructed some of this in here around that one stormwater management facility. This is the continuation of the R1 and the RC, obviously, and then it'll go over and connect in with Greenfield Link itself, and then it's a question of when they do the balance to the south.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, so earlier this year we redistricted stage 8, which had 3 sites, one of which we received subdivision application for, and within this we are seeing significant area being redistricted. So there are like a couple of sites there which need to be subdivided and developed, after which the requirement of South Ridge Boulevard extension triggers in as per the staging map of the outline plan.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, questions?
Yes, thank you. I think, and I'm trusting my memory, I'm looking for confirmation, that R1 also includes what we call urban character homes.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, no, R1
No,
does not
it
include.
does, okay, because there will, so that we don't contemplate any in the R1.
No.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, RC, what's going in there? Because I maybe I missed it in here, but I didn't see any description of what the proposal for the RC area was.
Through your
Yes.
worship to Councillor Kelly, we do not have subdivision application at this point in time.
So if we put this out for public comment and they don't know what's going in there, how can they comment? The only comment could possibly be, please don't do anything.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the only thing that is known at this point in time that area structure plan allocates this area for low density. Low density allows for single, semis, and some multifamily, and RC allows for the same housing forms within low density setup. Also, there won't be residents immediately adjacent to this area. And typically what happens is when the new home buyers are buying, they either rely on developers' marketing plans, which may show what the future of this area will be. Once they have subdivisions, or they call us and we give us the information that we know.
So how can, and I understand requiring some flexibility, but how can the public, those that are going to be notified within 100 meters or whatever the requirement is, plus council, form an opinion on whether or not this is a good thing or a bad thing when we don't know what's going to be there?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we go by the city's approved plans, and as mentioned earlier, the ASP and MDP allows for the low density development. They both have policies regarding the diversity of housing types, mix of housing forms. RC is a standard residential district for low density area, so this aligns with the city's plans and policies.
Miss Janelle Smith, I see you're on here.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the developer typically is available at the public hearing and could provide more insight about his plans for the area. As Ms. Shindy said, they would not be locked into those plans at this time.
And I've repeated myself at least 3 or 4 meetings now on this particular subject. Neither the public nor, I'll speak for myself on council, feel comfortable agreeing to something when I don't know what it is I'm agreeing to, other than a general concept. I struggle with that. I do think that there should be, and I know because of comments that council has made in the past on this subject area, that the developers have had their proposed drawings in place. Subject to change, I get it. But administration would know that council looked at those and they wouldn't want to make significant changes to the plans or drawings that were presented. I'm incredibly uncomfortable with this process. I don't have an answer for you. I think that's maybe your job, but I'm because of this, I'm not voting in favor of it. I don't care if it's first reading or third reading. I'm not going to vote for something if I don't understand it. Can't do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And there is no motion on at this point in time. It's still just clarifying questions. Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
I do have some concern with this only because when I'm looking at the map kind of going out, the residents of this area do not have South Ridge Boulevard then to go out on, right? That road doesn't exist yet? Okay, so they're going to take Greenfield Link to Greenfield Way, which we've already had issues on speeding. So I'm just wondering, you know, are we going to do something to make sure, like we're going to add more traffic there, quite a bit more, I'm thinking. Is there something we can do to speed up the South Ridge Boulevard exit, or I guess it's short term, but.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, if the developer develops as per the staging in the outline plan, before this area gets developed, those Greenfield Link and South Ridge Boulevard will be in place.
Oh, before it actually gets built. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, questions?
So looking at the map, where it shows South Fort Meadows Stage 9 redistricting location, the R1 is in the top half of it, north of, I guess, Meadowview Drive. And then the RC is down south, and the RC is over with the, I'm not sure what color that is. Could be burnt sienna with some lines through it. So really, if this is kind of the configuration of the roadway pattern in that area, notwithstanding the subdivision application that will come forward in due course, you would not be able to contemplate the what do they call those? What do we call those things? Zero lot line. That's what you're concerned about. Urban character. They wouldn't fit in there because there's no lanes there. And the urban character require lanes. Is that not correct? Well, yes. I'm asking a question. Jesus.
I know. Everybody is, please be respectful of the chair and the fact that these questions are opinions stated.
That wasn't an opinion. That was a question.
Okay. Unless everybody would like a recess, I would ask you to respect the chair. I just asked if you could do it as a question. So.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, so what's in front of us for redistricting today, both R1 and RC do not allow for urban character lots, and what is not within this redistricting application, you are correct, as there are no other lane products, so there won't be urban character lots.
Exactly, and that was my question. That was asked, and that was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I just maybe want some clarification as to the process. So, and to why this is being redistricted right now. If there's no interest in the developer for submitting a subdivision application right now, so am I correct in saying that they are not in discussions at all with planning and development for any sort of subdivision application at this time?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, you are correct. There hasn't been any discussion about subdivision applications on this in this area.
Okay, because sometimes previously the developer has clarified their intent in an area. So, so this is purely then planning and development's initiative to redistrict it as such. Yeah, that would be correct.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, no, it's the developer's application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for my question, I anticipate, given this is first reading, it goes out, the developer, as our process is, will have an opportunity to come and answer all of our questions at public hearing.
To your worship, yes, that's correct.
Thank you for answering my question. Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, with a question, by the way. What's prohibiting under the RC from stopping the developer from coming in and putting in lanes?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, to put in lanes, they will have to amend the outline plan. Like currently, the outline plan as included here, does not have any lanes within that RC area. And if your question is regarding the possibility of urban character lot, RC does not allow, that is not a permitted use in the RC, so.
I've asked the urban question. I believe you when you said there's no urban character lots. So when I looked at this, and I'm looking at the outline plan, so obviously I misunderstood. The area enclosed in red has two vertical lines, just single lines, and one horizontal line forming a T in the top crescent section, and one vertical line in the bottom crescent section. I thought those could be laneways, and you're telling me they cannot.
Through your worship, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I'd just like to make the motion.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else on for questions, so go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that council give first reading to bylaw C22-22 to amend land use bylaw C23-20 by redistricting part of southeast quarter -19-54-22 W4RM as presented.
Thank you. Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yeah, this is first reading. I think the developer needs to be able to come back and address some of these questions. I think the public needs to be able to look at it, and if anybody wants to come, they can speak to it. This should just be a given.
Thank you. First reading is open for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. I do believe that every applicant has the right to have their chance to address council, and that happens at a public hearing. So whether I think I support it or not, I do believe in their right to have that chance. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
So, Ms. Shindy, and your name again, excuse me.
Mandy Chan.
Yes, thank you. So in the South Fort Meadows, there are other areas where there is an agglomeration of R1 and RC together. Everything to the west of this redistricting area is all R1. Are there some R1, RC combinations together? So this would then, if this is approved, eventually, this would then be consistent with other areas within that footprint. Is that correct?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris. To the west of this area, there is some R1, there is DCA 15, and then along South Fort Drive, we have some RC. Could you repeat your second part of the question?
No, you've answered the question. I'm fine. I'll support the first reading, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I also believe that every developer deserves their day in council chambers. I also believe that if I'm asked to pass a motion, I should understand what it is. And I'm struggling after 5 years to grasp what an RC is. Other than, we want to develop it, we don't know what we're doing there, so we can't tell you, but please approve it anyway. And I struggle with that, I really do. So I'm not going to vote for it, but only for that reason. I think to be able to pass something, you should have the opportunity to understand what it is you're being asked to vote on. I strongly believe that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard on close. Okay, the motion for first reading is now closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried 6-1. Thank you very much. All right, are there any notice of motions this evening? Are there, thank you very much, Cherie and Mandy. Sorry. Are there any points of interest? Go ahead, Councillor Abatoye.
Yeah, I got a message today from Strathcona County. They had a council meeting today, and they passed a motion to second our Alberta municipality resolution on the affordable housing needs assessment.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any councillor inquiries? Not seeing any. I will ask for a motion. We do have an in-camera portion that we are asked to do, so I will take a motion to go in camera. Councillor Macon, go ahead.
I'll make the motion that we go in camera for reasons under FOIP.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Okay, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We will go to the committee room. And there's nobody here, so we won't be returning back here.
They're yummy. They are, right? But you better watch it.
We had it.